Guys, if you get a chance, I want you to go check out the new YouTube channel that myself, Finesse the Challenger, and Riding and Wrenching created. It's called Splittin' Lanes. It's a podcast style channel. And we just have a ball on this channel, guys. We talk about, of course, we talk about motorcycles, but we're going to talk about anything and everything on this channel. This is something that the three of us have always done, but we did it privately on FaceTime calls. And we just said to ourselves, you know what? The stuff we talk about, we have so much fun, and the topics are so funny sometimes. I would love to share this with everybody. And so that's why we created the podcast. Again, it's Splittin' Lanes. I'm going to put a link for it in the description section of this video. Come over and check us out, guys. Subscribe, share the video, and come laugh. Again, always positive, guys. It's always going to be positive. So we always talk about different things. We're going to have different guests and stuff like that. That's the plan. We're brand new. We're 4, 5 episodes in. So yeah, definitely check us out, guys. I appreciate it. Keep it loaded, keep it loaded, keep it loaded, keep it loaded. Very nice, I'm looking at the camera. Very nice, good, good, good. Preloaders, V.I.Preloaders, welcome back to the channel, guys. Always a pleasure to have you guys here with me, and you know this by now, or at least you should. For those of you that have never been to this channel before, welcome to you as well. My name's Robert. I'm a retired NYPD Highway Patrol Motorcycle Lieutenant. The name of this wonderful channel is Be the Boss of Your Motorcycle. First and foremost, guys, I want to welcome you to practice session number 135. I'm out here in Cessna, Florida, specifically at Gator Ford. So I want to thank the GM of this dealership, Mike Accord, for once again hosting Be the Boss of Your Motorcycle for a practice session. I highly appreciate it and all the hospitality that they all give me. Shout out to Rich for hooking me up and coming out here early in the morning and bringing out water and some Powerade. It's going to be a hot day today, but I don't have as much space as I usually have out here. But as always, we're going to make it work, guys. If you're new to this channel and you don't know what we do here, we do positivity first and foremost. But we do motorcycle practice sessions here, slow speed operation, and don't let the word advance sway you. I put advanced on there because so many people don't know how to do this that it may as well be advanced, right? But I understand that people come here and they're apprehensive, but I don't want you to not come and not practice, but still ride your motorcycle. Like, it really doesn't make sense if you really think about it. You don't know what you don't know, and that's the bottom line. As always, this is not a competition out here. There's no arrogance, there's no judgment, and you do what you're comfortable doing. Now, of course, there's a caveat to that because usually people aren't comfortable doing any of it. But once we get through the meat and potatoes of it, we have a discussion, we talk about what we're gonna do and what needs to be done, and we move on from there, and then we'll see where you are. And that's the goal here, is to, when you leave here, have more confidence than you had when you got here. That's gonna happen. How much more, it's gonna depend on you. And I'm not talking about your effort, even though that's part of it. It's just, we're all different. We all learn different. And fear is the number one thing holding us back. So if you have a higher fear level, it's going to take you a little bit longer to get through it. But other than that, that's one goal. And the other goal is to leave here with a better understanding of what you need to work on, right? There's 9 exercises out here. Well, today it's 8 because that's all I can fit. And there's no way, if somebody is struggling through 1, 2, 3, if they continue to go on, which depending on how they are, I might advise against that. If they get up to exercise number 7 and struggle with it, and then at the end of the day, I ask them, what are you going to work on? If they say exercise number 7, no, you got to work on all the stuff before exercise number 7, and then 7 will be easier. All right, guys? All right, so when they get here, the preloaders and the V.I.Preloaders, I'm going to talk to them, find out their names, where they live, what they ride, how long they've been riding, more important to me, how long they've been practicing slow speed riding, and what they rate themselves on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the best, in slow speed maneuvers. I'll ask him again at the end of the day as well, see if there's any change in that number. And again, that's not for me. I'm not looking for a report card. I just want people to be able to gauge where they are properly, because a lot of people have never done it. All right, guys? And listen, guys, if you're interested in knowing more about the practice sessions I do on this channel, where I'm going to be and all of that type of stuff, go to my website, click on where it says upcoming events, and you'll see everything planned, and you can also register for the sessions right there. I also do private lessons. I do most of them in Pooler, Georgia, but of course I travel as well. Just keep in mind there's extra fees involved if I have to come to you. That's just, you know, that's common sense. Same website, scroll down to where you see private lessons, and then you'll see all the information that you need there, how much it costs, 1 person, 2, 4, 10, whatever. And the fees associated with that, and the information on renting a motorcycle from me to use, because a lot of people fly into Pooler, Georgia and rent my motorcycle, and then they don't have to worry about riding or trailering a motorcycle hundreds and hundreds of miles. What's your name?
Richard Sunderman.
Good to see you again, brother.
Likewise.
Where do you live?
Greenville, South Carolina.
How long have you been riding a motorcycle?
About 50 years.
What are you riding today?
BMW 1300 GS.
Nice. How long you had that?
A little over a year.
Okay. How long have you been practicing slow speed riding?
Started somewhat last year. Maybe a few months this year. Since spring.
Okay.
More practicing more.
Okay. If you had to give yourself a rating 1 to 10, 10 being the best slow speed, what would you give yourself?
4.
You remember what practice session you were in before? What number it was?
123.
Look at that. Love it when they remember the number. Good to see you again, man.
Likewise.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good to see you guys again.
Yes, sir.
You're not observing today?
Likewise.
No.
Yeah. What's your name?
My name is Paul.
Paul?
Karen.
V.I.Preloader, Paul and Karen. Appreciate you guys. Where you guys from?
Lake Worth, Florida.
Okay. How long have you been riding a motorcycle?
Like 40 years. There's like a long time in between 15 and then another last 25.
Okay. Now, you're not participating, but I still want to know. How long have you been riding a motorcycle?
16 years.
Okay. What are you riding today?
I'm riding my wife's 2010 Street Glide.
What do you normally ride?
A 04 Ultra.
Okay. How long have you been practicing slow speed riding?
Well, we had a professional, ex-professional, teach us like 15 years ago or so. For a year or so, and then he moved, and so recently, a couple of months.
Okay.
On and off.
Okay. How about you?
Nada.
Okay. If you had to give yourself a rating 1 to 10, 10 being the best in slow speed, what would you give yourself? Don't sandbag, Paul.
I'm not trying to.
Okay.
I think maybe like a 4. I think.
Oh, he's
4 or 4.5.
sandbag. All right, guys. Remember he said 4. Remember I said he was sandbagging. We'll go from there. How about you? What would you rate yourself?
A 1 now.
Okay, a 1.
1, yeah.
So you're 3 points above her. That's what you're telling me.
Maybe one more.
Okay, so 5?
5. I'll go to 5.
Good to see you, man. Again.
Thank you,
too,
sir.
dear.
Thank you.
All right.
Welcome back.
Yes. What's your name?
Colleen.
Where are you from, Colleen?
Thanodisassa.
How long have you been riding a motorcycle?
5 years.
What are you riding today?
I got a 23 Lowrider ST.
How long have you been practicing slow speed riding?
I didn't practice a lot before,
Uh-huh.
but been doing a lot now. I took her course a few weeks ago.
Yeah. You remember what number that was?
128, I think.
I don't know. All I know is
Merging together.
there was like a metamorphosis where you just got it.
It just clicked.
Yeah.
It was great. I loved it. So,
Wow.
But I have been practicing outside
That's
of
good.
here. So,
That's good.
and I heard you're going to be back in the area, and I'm like, I got to do this again.
Perfect.
It's wonderful.
Perfect. If you had to give yourself a rating 1 to 10, 10 being the best slow speed, what would you give yourself?
I first got here. I think I gave myself like a 3 or something.
Mhm.
I left here probably about a 6. So I'm gonna stay with that.
Good to see you again, dear.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
I'm excited.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Is this your bride? Oh, yeah. If you're here, you're going on the camera.
Hey, they on the camera. I don't want my wife to see her.
Not funny.
What's your name?
J.R. Spencer.
Okay, and who's this beautiful lady next to you?
My wife Regina.
Regina? Okay, nice to meet you. How long have you been riding a motorcycle?
About 2 months.
What are you riding today?
A Road Glide 24.
24 Road Glide, okay. How long have you, oh, the white one.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I saw it. How long have you been practicing slow speed riding?
On this bike, I've had it a week.
Okay. Okay. You said on this bike. Have you practiced on any other bike?
I had the other bike probably, I practiced, what, a couple months,
Okay, so the question was, how long have you been riding a motorcycle
about 2 months.
in your whole life?
Well, when I was in my 30s, I rode,
Okay.
but now I'm 67.
Okay. If you had to give yourself a rating, 1 to 10, 10 being the best slow speed, what would you give yourself?
Well, probably a 2,
A 2. Okay.
because I have trouble getting on, getting off, right turn, left turn, slow, and you don't even want to see me backing
Everything.
up.
Pleasure to meet you, brother.
You too, sir.
All right, you too, dear.
Thank you.
All right. All right, guys, listen. 1 through, it's not 1 through 9. I got 8. Let's just say 1 through 8 and a bonus. Let's do it. Good morning.
Morning.
All right, does anyone have a problem being on YouTube? No, nobody's got warrants? Nobody's looking for you? Okay, good. Knowledge-based time. Does anyone here not know what the friction zone is? Colleen, what's the friction zone?
Between your clutch and your gas.
Between your clutch and your gas. What's the friction zone?
Between having no power and power.
That's right. So that we're clear, the friction zone is the space between 0 power and full power. Okay. Does everyone know what the 5 stages of the friction zone are? Who doesn't know what the 5 stages of the friction zone are? Everybody knows. Excellent. Everyone know what preloading? Who doesn't know what preload and keep it loaded is? Excellent. Who doesn't know what the 5 steps I want you to follow before you move the bike? Oh man, this is going to be an easy day.
I got that one. I don't have the 5 of the friction zone then. I
Okay.
have the 5 of what you need to do before you
Okay.
do anything, but I don't know the 5 of the friction zone. Sorry.
We're going to cover. No, we're going to cover that.
Okay.
Who doesn't know what open close is? Everybody knows what open close is. Good. Drop and catch and throw and catch. Everybody knows what that is.
Drop and catch, what's
Drop and catch and throw and catch.
I don't know.
So here's what I love. Regina, right? I say, who doesn't know what drop and catch and throw and catch is? Regina was already going like this. So I love that. That means that you guys are watching these videos together for the most part. Look at that. I saw her going. All right. We're going to talk about all of that. So,
I'm good at dropping it.
you're good at dropping? Yeah. Well, speaking of that, if we do drop the bike today, we all understand it's par for the course, right? But of course, we still don't want it to happen. If it should happen, and I know I'm saying this, but you're going to do what's most comfortable for you. Keep your feet on the footboards. Does everyone have engine guards and well, you don't have saddlebag guards. Are you going to keep those bags on? Yeah? You sure? Okay.
You think I should take them off for the class?
Yeah, because I mean, why risk it?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. You know, take them off. You can put them inside my trailer if you want.
Okay.
Oh my God, I just saw a front brake grab. Speaking of front brake grabs, does everyone know what the push-up penalties are? Yeah? Okay. Again, it's voluntary. It's not, one person in Illinois, she said, I can't do push-ups because of her shoulder. So she said, I could do jumping jacks. Whatever. It's just, we're trying to break bad habits. And front brake grabs. So a lot of that too. Squeeze the front brake doing a slow speed maneuver, 10 push-ups. So if you hear me saying that's 10, it's either because you're doing that. If you hear me counting 10, 20, 30, it's because you're walking, right? We're not going to duck walk the bike today. That's the goal, right? We need to step outside of our comfort zone. Now, again, I'm asking you guys to do things I know you're not going to do right away, right? And that's fine. So if I keep saying it, I'm not trying to nag you. Repetition equals retention. People tell me all the time, I hear your voice in my head while I'm riding, sometimes while I'm sleeping, depending on I'm watching the videos. So that's why I'm saying it. If I'm yelling, it's just so that you can hear me over the motorcycle or the traffic, right? But I do understand that one of the benefits, if you've never been in a practice session video before with me, is once this is over, you're going to get way more out of this than so many other people, because to be able to watch yourself is a huge learning tool. And you're going to hear me saying things you didn't hear me saying out here. Even stuff I was saying to you, because sometimes we're in the zone, right? And even if you hear it, you're not really hearing it, okay? This is not a competition out here. We leave our egos here. Leave them under the tent so they can stay cool. No arrogance out here, no judgment. This is an each one teach one environment. So if you know something, please share it. I don't care if you think it's right or wrong, share it. Because it's not about right or wrong out here all the time. It's about sharing ideas. There's always a better way to do things. And because we all learn differently, what's better for me may not be better for you. Okay, any throttle blippers out here? Yes. Okay. Again, that's not a big deal because I've worked with people that did it and they're fine. But if I see you struggling, if I see your bike kind of doing like this, I'm going to suggest that you just preload the throttle and keep it loaded, right? Because then that smooths everything out. We're going to talk about all of that. Who doesn't know? And you know what? What keeps the motorcycle up at slow speeds? Power. Sufficient power to the rear wheel. That's what keeps the bike up. What's your name? I'm sorry.
Anders.
All right, nice to meet you, man.
Same here.
With sufficient power, Anders, what does the bike want to do?
With sufficient power?
Yeah, with it. What does it want to do?
Forward.
It wants to stand up and go straight forward. Remember those words, stand up and go straight. With insufficient power, what does it want to do? It wants to fall, right? So let's put it all together. What keeps it up? Sufficient power to the rear wheel. With that power, it wants to stand up and go straight. With insufficient power, it wants to fall. So with that knowledge, we know the only way this bike's going to fall is if it doesn't have sufficient power to the rear wheel, period. And how do we get that power to the rear wheel? Well, first, yeah, the throttle has to be preloaded, right? We preload the throttle. Everybody here said they know what preloading is. Raising the RPMs above idle. Not ridiculously high, but high enough so that the bike doesn't stall, right? Your bike, you said it's a BMW, right? So I find that with BMWs, well, at least those types, it's almost like it doesn't warn you before it stalls. It'll seem like it's just fine, and then now a Harley-Davidson motorcycle I can hear it. It's going to start. So remember, if you start your bike and let it idle, talking about a Harley-Davidson or an Indian, if you let that bike idle, you can hear it up, down, blip, 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 blip. That's how it idles. So you should not hear that in the middle of a slow speed maneuver. That's how we stall. That's what the preload's about. We want to raise the RPM so that it's not going blip, 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 so that it's steady. Because the steadier it is, the smoother the bike's going to be. And that's our goal out here today. It's to be smooth and fluid with the motorcycle. Everything that we do, all the inputs that we put into it, should be smooth. And they should be small. The only time our movements on the bike are big is when we wait too late to do something. This is true fast or slow. So I'm out in Tennessee. We're doing all of this riding out there. A lot of curves and mountaintops and blah, blah, blah. And I'm watching people failing to negotiate turns properly. And so what that means is that regardless of the speed that they're going, but the higher the speed, the higher the consequence, but also usually the bigger the misjudgment. If I'm riding down the road and I see the road starting to curve, if I time my pushing, really, because that's all I have to do, push the handlebars to lean, if I time that appropriately, this is the most I have to move. If I wait too long and now I have to do it, it's a bigger move. So everything's bigger when you wait too late to do it. Now, while we're out here, it's not a big deal. If it's bigger, that's fine. Because yes, I want you to be smooth, but I'm not expecting you to be smooth right away. Because when you're trying to figure this out, I say it all the time. We were talking about Lori, my Florida ambassador. Who doesn't know Lori? You don't know Lori? You don't know Lori? Yeah. I'm surprised she didn't show up today because usually they pop in on me. So those are my Florida ambassadors. Lori she's been riding for 2 years, April 13th. She did 1,000 miles in a parking lot before she ever went on the street. 1,000 miles. All she practiced was these 9 exercises. And you watch her ride her motorcycle now. I told her she needs to get a bumper sticker that says, Lori, inspiring women and checking guys' egos 7 days a week. Because literally, that's what she does. But she does practice sessions out here in Sebastian, Florida, 2 times a week. Her and her husband. Her husband, Mike, who's been riding 41 years. Sorry, Mike. I got to say it just because it's so relevant. Mike said, you know, it's just so many times a man wants to hear that his wife rides a motorcycle better than him. But the only reason he started practicing it was really to help her. And then as he started practicing, he realized, shit, I don't know how to do this stuff. So he's excellent on a motorcycle, but man, oh man, it's just amazing. But anyway, I don't expect everybody to do 1,000 miles in the parking lot like Lori did, but she dated her motorcycle. Everybody else just wants to get married to it. No, you got to get to know it. So these are the dating grounds, and I say all of this to say, as far as being smooth, the dancing that you're going to do on your date, the slow dancing, if you're new to this, you're going to have 2 left feet, and that's fine. The more you do it, the smoother you're going to get. Next thing you know, you're going to be like Rico Suave out there, right? All right, so just keep that in mind. We want it smooth, we want it graceful. That's going to come in time, as long as you practice. So please don't leave here today and say, Rob, when you're coming back to Florida, and that's the next time you practice. That's not going to work, right? This is so perishable, okay? All right, so I want to talk about the 5 stages of the friction zone, because some of you guys you didn't know what that was. If I have my clutch all the way to the grip, do I have any power? No. So that's 0. It's not one of the stages. Now I was talking to Karen, and Karen said on her bike, on her Street Glide, as soon as she starts to open the clutch, boom, the bike starts moving. So for her stage 1 starts right here. My stage 1 on a hydraulic clutch starts about right here. That's the only thing that's going to differ motorcycle to motorcycle. The distance between 0 and 1. After that, it's pretty much the same because we're not dealing with a lot of space. So when I open my clutch, as soon as that bike starts to move, that's stage 1. The more I open my hand, the higher the stages go, right? So first and foremost, what I want all of you to do and get in the habit of doing is when you're getting ready to do something slow speed, I don't want you to start from the grip. For Karen, it's not going to be a big deal because she's right there. But for anybody else that's clutch is further out, I want you to open the clutch until you feel the bike start to go into stage 1. And then I want you to pull it right before that. And so now, that's where you're starting, not from here. The benefit of that is, what keeps the bike up at slow speeds? Sufficient power to the rear wheel. If I feel my bike falling and I'm in the habit of having my clutch all the way to the grip, now as I'm opening my clutch to find power, it's still falling. And by the time I get to 1, if the bike is over this much, 1 is no longer sufficient. So even if you have the presence of mind to say falling, clutch, you're still going to feel falling and go, shit, it's not working. And you're going to resort back to what you're comfortable with. Clutch in, foot out. When really all you need to do is open the clutch some more, right? So by starting right before it, as soon as you feel it, remember I told you if you address it as soon as you feel it, the movements are small. And that's the goal. Boop, right? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it's all the way open. Now I'm giving you the stages. I made this up. It doesn't really exist. But it's going to help you understand what I'm talking about out here. So if I say, Anders, if I say 2 to 1, what am I telling you to do?
The clutch between 1 and 2.
Yeah, I'm actually telling you to open your clutch to 2 and pull it back to 1.
Yeah.
Right? 2 to 1. Or 2 to 0. 1 to 0. All right? That's all I'm telling you to do. That's open close. We're doing that all of the time out here. Right? We're giving, but we're not going to let you keep it. So we're taking right back. We're always giving and taking. Giving and taking. The give and the take is going to depend on what we want the bike to do. But usually, like I said, it's very minimal. Give, take, give, take. So, the rear brake. We're going to be using the rear brake today, but we're not going to overuse it, right? What reigns supreme, Karen, the throttle or the clutch when it pertains to power going to that rear wheel? That's right. Not the throttle, the clutch. Throttle is important because we need the preload. We're always going to do 3 before we do 4. So, with that being said, while we're riding in the friction zone, who doesn't know what friction brake is? Everybody knows what friction brake is. Excellent.
What do you mean friction brake?
Friction brake. Friction brake is when you're riding in the friction zone while dragging the rear brake, right? But in the case that I use it, it's only really applicable when we're stopping, when we're coming to a stop. That's when we're using friction brake, friction brake. Power to the rear wheel and the use of your rear brake work together in harmony. It's what keeps your bike up. It's what keeps it true. The power keeps it up. The rear brake keeps me from going too fast. And so we don't want to use too much rear brake because then we're making the bike fight. We don't want it to fight. We want it to work together. So I'm going to get on my bike. I'm going to show you guys something. I'm going to ride in a circle. Straight up. I'm not going to be leaning. And then I'm going to go into a lean. So in order for me to ride straight up, in order for me to ride straight up and turn, I need to be going very slowly. Because what does the bike always want to do with power? It wants to go straight. So if you ever find yourself fighting your handlebars to turn, it's too much clutch. It's trying to go straight, right? That's why just pulling the clutch in a little bit or applying a little bit of rear brake corrects that. Now you can hold that turn. So I need to be going very slowly. So now if I go into a lean, what do I have to introduce? What do I need to? Speed. I need to add speed. How am I going to get that speed? Open the clutch. Right. That's right. He said 2 to 3. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to open my clutch at stage 2 when I'm straight up. Dragging the rear brake. Light pressure. When it's time for me to lean, I'm going to keep my clutch at stage 2 and just come off the brake a little bit. Lean. And when I want to come straight up again, keep the clutch where it is. More pressure. Straight up. I'm even going to bring the bike to a stop like you saw me doing there. That's all I'm doing. Clutch still in stage 2. Because I can keep the clutch in stage 2 because stage 1 and stage 2, your bike's fine. Everything's fine. When you start opening the clutch up more, 3, 4, that's when it's starting to fight. And over time, you're going to understand, you're going to be able to feel and hear when it's fighting. So people often ask me, well, how do I know if I'm in too high of a stage of the friction zone? So what I do is if I start moving the bike, if I have my foot on the brake lightly, I take it off. When I take my foot off the brake, if my bike does this, it's too much clutch. That means I was making it fight. Of course, it's going to go a little bit faster, but it should be gradual. It should kind of go like this, not like this, all right? And then once I gauge that, now I can go back to the brake. Because all I'm doing, what does the rear brake give us? Control and correction. Correction and control. That's what the rear brake gives us, okay? So everybody understand what I'm going to do? My point in showing you this is a lot of the times when people are doing stuff out here on their bikes, they're doing a lot with the clutch hand. I should never see your clutch doing this. Because if your clutch is doing this, your bike is doing this. And if you don't like the way the bike feels riding slow, you're really not going to like it if it's bucking. So throttle blippers. Can you throttle blip? Absolutely. But like I said, if you could do it and keep your bike smooth, no big deal. Even if it's not smooth, if you're comfortable, that's all I care about. Because make no mistake about it, guys. What are our obstacles out here today? Bad habits. However long you've been riding, that's how long they've been with you. Instincts. However long you've been living, that's how long they've been with you. So that's the toughest one, really. And the biggest one is fear. Fear, it just rules us. Not just fear, our feelings. We're going to be in our feelings today, right? And what I mean by that is we're going to be kind of facing this fear head on. Some of you might be facing it just by being here, and I commend you for that, right? That's you stepping outside of your comfort zone. I need you doing that all day. All day. Now, I got 8 exercises out here and a bonus. You don't have to do all 8 exercises. That's not what this is about, right? For instance, in Illinois, at the end of that practice session, I asked a few people, what are you going to work on? And some of them were like, you know what? Exercise number 7, kick my butt. That's the figure 8. I'm going to work on that in my U-turns. I said negative. Because they also struggled on 1, 2, and 3. That's why they're struggling on 7 and 8. And so my point is, I don't care how you do in 6, 7, and 8 if you did poorly in 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's why you're doing poorly in the other ones. So I prefer that you don't put the cart for the horse because I want you to leave here. I'm guaranteeing you're all going to leave here with a higher level of confidence than you got here with. That's the goal. The second goal is for you to learn what you need to work on. Most people, 1, 2, 3. That's what they really need to work on. Because those are the building blocks for everything else. Because we're dealing with fear. Those first 3 exercises are throwing you right in the deep end of fear without turning and without leaning. If it's really bothering you going straight, how the hell do you think you're going to do leaning and turning, right? So just keep that in mind. I'm not going to tell you, unless you're really dangerous. I've never told somebody you can't do something. But I am going to suggest if I think, you know what, maybe you should go back and practice the other ones, which a lot of people do. Use your time out here wisely today. What I'm referring to is, if you struggle riding the bike very slowly in the exercise, when you're going around, don't go 35 miles per hour back down. Practice it again. But I do find whenever people practice on their own, they are always going too fast. And I understand that because you don't have some dude standing next to you saying you're going too fast. Slow down, slow down. And you're going to really think you're going slow today. And I'm going to tell you, nah, you're going too fast. And how do you kind of gauge that? If you feel comfortable, you're going too fast, right? We're stepping outside of our comfort zone, right? So when I talk about not duck walking, yeah, I don't want you to run into somebody else. But remember, that's why we're always covering the rear brake, okay? Before I get on the bike, first 5 steps I want you to follow every time before you move the bike. What's always step number 1?
Make sure that it's in first gear.
Make sure it's in first gear. Wrong foot. Boop. I want you to physically do it. Building muscle memory. Step number 2.
Cover the rear brake.
Cover the rear brake. Cover, not hover. I want you to rest your foot on it. We cover it so that if we need it, we're right there. If we have to go to it, usually that results in this. Step number 3. Step number 3. Preload the throttle and keep it loaded. Thank you, Karen, for the emphasis. And keep it loaded. It's so important because it's going to happen today. It's always at least one person that can't keep that throttle loaded, and it just eventually it's going to stall. Not a big deal. Remember, the bike's only going to fall for 2 reasons. You pull that clutch all the way in, or it stalls. That's pretty much it. So preload and keep it loaded. I want you to look at the RPMs if this is something you have an issue with. And I want you to listen for the sound of a steady, elevated throttle. I like 2,000 RPMs at least. Remember, that's your preload. You don't have to keep it loaded at 2,000. Because when you open the clutch, it's going to go down anyway. So, preload the throttle and keep it loaded. Step number 3. 4? Clutch. Now, for years I've been saying, slowly release the clutch into the friction zone. And I still want you to do that. But here's the problem with that. I'm going to ask you, Anders. If you're sitting still and you start to move your bike, and you're going to move it from here to here, you're going to move slowly. If you open your clutch and your bike's handlebars start turning, what's happening?
It's turning.
Well, you're trying to go straight, but it's turning. What's happening to the bike?
Well, I'm going to fall probably.
That's right. That's the start of a fall. Why is that happening? That's right. It's not enough power. It's because when I say slowly release the clutch, people are going to do it very slowly, because when you preload the throttle, if people are not used to preloading, it's concerning to them. The sound alone. That's why I get people barely giving me preload. And I'm like, give me more. Give me more. Give me more. That's 10, 20, 30. That's Desiree. She was a detective with me in the NYPD. Okay, and I've been trying to get her here for years, so this is good. And she's late, so she's doing push-ups. All right. So if you hear me saying, give me more, this is going to be you getting an ear for what it's supposed to sound like, right? And when they open the clutch, they're opening it so slowly that once it starts to bite, 0.51, immediately it's starting to fall. Now, how relevant is your balance to keep this bike up at slow speeds? 100's a lot, 50's in the middle, 0's none.
What was the question, sorry?
How relevant is your balance to keep the bike up at slow speeds? 100, 50, 0. 100, 0, 0. How relevant is your balance to keep the bike up at slow speeds? 100, 50, 0. 100. 0. What keeps the bike up at slow speeds? Sufficient power to the rear wheel, not your balance. And so you can pass out on this bike. If the power on that wheel is sufficient, it will stay up. It doesn't need you. This is why most motorcycle riders love speed, because now we don't have any, our relevance as far as keeping the bike up at speed is 0. So if you see me get on my bike, as soon as it starts to move, I'm sorry, I forgot to talk about that. What's step number 5? Before you move the bike?
Oh,
You know it.
I
a stop. What's step number 5? As soon as the motorcycle starts to move,
Pick your feet up.
pick your foot up. Not feet, foot. Yeah, I know you know. Pick your foot up. And when I say pick it up, guys, vertically. I don't want to see this. I don't want your foot behind you at any time while it's on the ground. Because all that's showing me is you still think that it's an 800 and something pound motorcycle for the most part. So when I see people start to move the bike and go like this, what is that doing? It's making you feel good. I told you we're going to be in our feelings. It's making you feel good, but it's not really doing anything as far as keeping that bike up. You feel that bike getting ready to fall, clutch or off the brake if you have already enough preload. That's what this is about, right? Okay, so I just said I was going to get on the bike. I'm going to get on the bike. I'm going to do what I said I was going to do. I'm going to follow the first 5 steps. I'm going to make sure it's in first gear. I'm going to cover the rear brake. I'm going to preload the throttle and keep it loaded. Clutch, I'm going to go right before the friction zone. So as soon as I feel the bike move, I'm going to pull it back right before that. And then I'm going to open my clutch to 2. I'm going to open it right into 2. Rear brake. And then I'm going to hold that the whole time. We're going to talk about 2 to 1 too. First gear. Covering the rear brake. Preload. Clutch. Foot up. I'm in stage 2. Pressure on the brake. I'm just going to hold the brake. Keeping the throttle loaded. I'm just dragging the brake. Clutch is in stage 2. If I want to lean, foot off the brake a little bit. Clutch still in the same spot. Doesn't matter how low I go. Brake, brake, brake. Clutch, same spot. Clutch, same spot. Still in stage 2. Give up the preload a little bit. I'm good. Good. Clutch, same spot. Just came off the brake. All right, now I'm going to come to a stop. Friction brake, 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 friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. Now I pull the clutch in. Now the end of that, the way I stopped is probably the most important part. Because as I'm bringing this bike to a stop, I have enough speed coming up to it where I'm fine. But when does this bike want to fall the most? When you're going slow, right? But when it wants to fall the most is the very end of that stop and the very beginning when I start. That's why if I start real slow, handlebars are starting to turn. It's starting to fall, right? Maybe. Let's keep this in mind. This bike's on 2 wheels. When we're going slow, it always wants to fall. But sometimes the balance of the bike works out. So if I'm sitting right here, this is what trust and believe the exercise is all about. If I'm sitting right here and I pick my foot up, it's going to fall right away. But sometimes I can pick my foot up. I can't do it. It just happens sometimes. Where I pick my foot up and it's just sitting there for like 3 seconds. In that moment, the balance of the bike is just working out. But it's just a matter of time before it's going to fall. So because I know this bike always wants to fall, I know when I open my clutch, I got to open it like I mean it. Right? That doesn't mean I have to pop it. But I'm going to open it right into a stage 2 so that it goes straight. I don't want it to do this. If it does that, that's fine. I can correct it. First gear, cover the rear brake, preload, clutch right before the friction zone. So now when I go to move, 2, straight, brake, 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 brake. Now if I do that and open the clutch into 1, see, it's falling right away. It's not enough clutch. So if you feel falling, and what usually happens is I see people start to move the bike. I see their handlebars start to turn, and then they just put a foot down and pull the clutch in. Pulling the clutch in is the opposite of what you need to do because it's only doing that because it doesn't have enough power. So what I should see is the bike go like this and then immediately come like that. That's you correcting it. I felt it, I corrected it. It always wants to go straight. So that's what I'm going to do right here. I'm going to let that happen and then I'm going to correct it. Correction. Brake, 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 clutch, 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 clutch. So now at the end of that stop, because this is when you see the landing gear come out for people. at the end of a stop and at the very beginning of a start. That's why you see motorcycle riders start with their feet out. Once it gets to speed, then they put their feet up. We're not doing that today, obviously, but it's really the stopping. Anybody here ride 2 up? Yes. Yeah, but you're a passenger 2 up. So yeah. Now, of course, everything we're talking about is, the rules don't change if you're on a motorcycle with a person on the back. But what does change is the level of responsibility, right? And so these things become more important. Your preload becomes more important because you're probably going to need a little bit more, right? And you're going to feel that even more coming to the end of that stop. So what keeps the bike up at slow speeds? Sufficient power. So that means that when I'm coming to the end of that stop, I know it's counterintuitive. You can't expect this bike to come to a smooth stop at the end of the stop with the clutch pulled all the way in. Yeah, that'll work at the beginning of the stopping. All right, that's the coin rolling across the table. But the slower you go, the more it wants to fall. So you're going to start feeling this. So what most motorcycle riders will do is, I want to keep this bike under speed as long as possible, so I don't have to have any responsibility. So let's do that. Clutch in, front brake. Looks smooth, right? Yeah, who cares? Who cares if a helmet hits yours, right? Because a lot of people think it's normal for helmets to touch, and it's not. Because again, when you have somebody on the back, you have to change the way you ride. Everything, remember before I talked about that smoothness? If everything is herky-jerky, now you could get used to anything. The passenger on the back be like, oh yeah, I'm used to this shit, you know? But ideally, the stop should be smooth. That front suspension today, I don't want to see any compression. Who watched my Illinois practice session? Yeah, if you saw in that, I'm actually on the ground now like this, looking at your front suspension, just trying to put a little bit more pressure on you that I want no movement in it, no dive. Now I watch all of you pull up, everybody's front suspension is diving. People stopping with the front brake. That ain't happening today, right? Friction brake, that's the only way I'm gonna smooth this out. So, as I'm riding, I got the clutch all the way in because I don't need power, that's fine. But when I start to feel, the feeling of falling doesn't equal, all right, time to stop. It means you need to do something. So that means I'm gonna open my clutch into stage 1, but I'm gonna keep braking, braking, braking. 1 might work the whole time, but remember, the slower you go, the more it wants to fall. So as I'm progressing in that stop, I might start feeling this again. As soon as I feel it, I'm gonna go to 1.5, 2, but I'm still braking, braking. I might even go to 3, it doesn't matter. At the very end of that stop, depending on what I'm feeling, a lot of times what I do is, I'm gonna over exaggerate this so you can see it. I open my clutch while I brake at the end, just to make sure that little bit, it's almost like doing a 2-to-1. That little bit of clutch is gonna make sure that right at the end, the bike doesn't do this. Because when I stop, the goal is not only for that front suspension not to compress, but I want my bike straight up. If it's leaning, it was falling. And I don't want my foot coming down like this. It should never be in haste. I mean, that's our goal while we're practicing. I don't want it to be in haste. I want it coming down. I see D got on Indy Ridge boots, so it's more pressure on her because the boots are phenomenal. I want them coming down like this. That's the goal, or heel toe. Heel toe helps people because it helps with coordination. A lot of times when it comes to this stopping thing, people are just not coordinated. So I'm watching them stop, and then they put their foot down, and then they put it down again. That's just because they weren't braking enough, right? So again, nobody's stopping the bike except you. So when you're stopping, brake, 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 friction brake, clutch, clutch, clutch. Keep the clutch open until you put your foot down. Because remember, it wants to fall the most at the very end. So if you pull the clutch in even a half a second too early, you're gonna get that, okay? So I'm gonna show you what that looks like. Listen to my RPMs, because when I'm first coming towards you, I'm gonna have the clutch all the way in. I'm not gonna have any RPMs, because I don't need the clutch. I don't need the preload if the clutch is all the way in, right? Okay, this is a perfect example right here. D, if your bike is right here, and I need you to go back there, what are your options? Your options, because this is why we practice. We practice for options out there. right? Most people, let me know if this is you. If your bike's here and you guys are here, most people are gonna back this bike up, right? Anybody not gonna do that? Okay. What am I gonna do? I'm just gonna turn the handlebars and I'm gonna go. So again, I can look at this truck, and this is why we gotta practice in cones. So I asked you guys how much have you been practicing slow speed riding. I need to add to that in cones. The cones are important because they give you confinement, but they also give you the ability to judge space. So if I'm always practicing in 3 parking spaces, I know what that looks like out there in the real world now. I practice in 2, but it doesn't matter. I know that this motorcycle, this is part of the dating process. I know that a Harley-Davidson touring motorcycle can turn straight up in 18 feet without any lean. So if it could do that in 18 feet with no lean, I know I could do it, you know what I'm saying? So, but I don't need to lean here, I know that. That's what we're talking about, that thing that I was showing you. So how am I gonna start that? I'm gonna start that by turning the handlebars. Again, people don't like turning the handlebars, but we know what keeps it up. So we don't gotta worry about that. I'm gonna start stage 2, rear brake, right from the start, because the rear brake gives us control. The problem with this is whenever I have somebody start with the handlebars turn, as soon as they open the clutch, the handlebars straighten out. Because what does the bike want to do? With power and speed, it wants to go straight. That means you're giving it too much power. That doesn't mean, that's because a lot of people don't know about the rear brake. They just clutch, everything's clutch and front brake. So if I preload the throttle, open the clutch up to 2, but rear brake, right away, there's my control. Now I'm just standing by waiting to see what I feel, always in my feelings. If everything's good, I'm gonna keep everything where it is. If I feel the bike falling in, what do I have to add? Power, because it's falling, boom. But I'm doing all of that with the brake. My clutch is gonna stay in the same spot. So what I showed you me doing, I want you to remember that today. Don't overthink this. As long as I'm covering this brake, I'm good. That's my correction. Preload. As soon as I feel it start to move, foot up, rear brake. Just hold it. Hold it. All right. All right, clutch is all the way in. Already, see my handlebars. Preload, clutch, brake, 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 clutch, 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 clutch. Now I pull the clutch in. Without the clutch, it's just not going to happen, right? And I don't know if you were paying attention to the front suspension. 0 dive. That's what I want from you all day today. I don't always get what I want, except at home. My wife's amazing. But that's the goal. And I want it to be, again, no matter what we're doing out here today, I want you focusing on stopping the bike. Because it's the ultimate in control. It's all on you to stop this bike smoothly. Now, as I say that to you, I expect you to be doing what makes you feel comfortable is always going to resurface. And so what you're most likely going to do is this. I think I just put that chair in my way. That's okay. Thank you. So this time, instead of going straight up, I'm going to do a lean. So what's a lean? We talked about, everybody said they knew what a drop and catch was, right? Yes? Yeah, drop and catch. Okay, yeah, so drop and catch and throw and catch. Drop and catch is if I'm going to make a left turn. This happens all the time. People go to make a left and then the bike goes straight. Again, it's too much clutch, or it goes right. So what I need to do is I need to actually let the bike drop a little bit to the left and then catch it with the clutch. Now, the space of time between the drop and the catch is going to depend on what I want the bike to do. If I don't want the bike to lean, the cadence is drop catch. Drop catch, that's the cadence. If I want the bike to lean, it's drop catch. And the distance between that is going to depend on how much I want it to lean. Drop, catch, and then hold it right there. So that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to let it drop and catch it. Right? Again, it's nothing extreme, at least. It's nothing extreme. So as soon as it starts to move, let it drop, catch, rear brake, rear brake. Look at my handlebars, see how straight they are? Look like a good stop, right? Yeah.
Have no RPM, so how'd that work?
Because speed brought me into it.
Gotcha.
And that's what most of you are going to do. You're going to say, hey, that stop was smooth. And I'm going to say, yeah, because speed brought you into it. And that's why this first exercise, between those cones, it doesn't really allow you a lot of space to do that. Unless you do like a lot of people do. Ready, Rob? Yeah. You know, and so I'm going to be paying attention to that. I'm always looking at your handlebars. If your handlebars are bone straight, speed did it. I want you to do it. I want it to be on you. I want you to work it. I want you to feel it. Because again, because we're dealing with our feelings, whatever you feel is going to teach you, right? So I told you fear is the biggest thing we're dealing with out here. So that's what we have to overcome. And once we overcome that, everything is easy out here. This shit is not rocket science. Throttle, clutch, rear brake. Fear, the dumbest person in the world could be an expert on this just because they have a low fear level or they practice a lot. Okay? All right. Any questions about any of that? First thing we're going to do out here today. Smooth, short starts and stops. Who's never practiced it? You haven't? You haven't. Okay. So everything I'm talking to you about, this is what's involved right there. So remember I said 2 to 1. If I say 2 to 1, what am I telling you to do? 2, 1. So when I tell you to slowly open the clutch into the friction zone, I want your starts to be smooth. Unless you're doing a 2 to 1. So have you guys seen the video I did coming out of my driveway, and then I went between 2 of my cars?
That's crazy.
Yeah, and the door handle on my truck pulled in my clutch, so I had to stop. So now I'm sitting between my cars, and I want to continue to go. Now in that moment, do I want to start and have my handlebars turning one way or the other? No. So how do I ensure that my bike goes straight? 2 to 1. The 2 alone is going to make it go like this. I don't need to stay in 2, but that's the problem. That's what most motorcycle riders do. Speed is the answer to everything. It's always going to make you feel more comfortable. So if they go to 2 or even 3, they stay there. And that's why everything is so wide, so scary. So unless you use the rear brake, you could go to 2 and stay there, but you got to be on the brake. Same thing for that exercise. If you start in 2 and just start braking, brake, 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 then you should be fine. Okay? Let me show you 2 to 1. I want you to look at the front of the bike because then some people think it's something crazy, and no, it's nothing crazy. And you use it a lot when you're dealing with confined spaces. First gear, cover the rear brake, preload. 2, 1. Brake, 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 brake. Smooth stop. Clutch in. Now that 2-1, if I do 2-1 and I'm stopping, I might have to go back to 2 at the end of it. Do you know what I mean? It's like we're not dealing with autopilot. We're always involved in what's going on with the bike, and it's always based on what we feel. And if we address it as soon as we feel it, everything stays small.
If you have to go into 2 again, Mr. Rob, then you ride more brake?
Now my brake pretty much stays this. So yeah, so in that exercise, good question. When I know I'm starting at a cone and stopping at a cone. Right. So my braking process is progressive. Meaning, as soon as I start moving, I need to start braking. If you wait too late to finish it, it's going to stop like that. So, as soon as I start moving, I'm on the brake, and I'm gradually braking. And the pressure I'm putting on the brake is going to be based on my distance and what I'm seeing. I got to kind of figure that out, right? Brake, 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 brake. No matter what I'm doing with this, what stage I'm in, this continues. Because I still have to stop, right? Brake, 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 brake. Bing! And that's the goal. Rear brake. Brake, 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 clutch, 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 straighten out, clutch, 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 clutch. And this is when this is most important, coming out of a turn. This is always a disaster with motorcycle riding. 2 to 1 is going to be relevant, but the rear brake, that's what, trust me, it's going to help you. Now, can I do this without the rear brake? Absolutely I can. The difference is now I got to be perfect with my clutch, right? I got to be perfect with it. And I'm going to be doing small variations of open close anytime I'm not using my rear brake. So even if my movements are small, I can still feel it in the bike, right? I don't want to feel that. So if I just keep the clutch where it is and just light pressure on the brake. All right, no rear brake. But if I find a good spot, I can stay here. Nope, see, I'm going in and out, because I feel it. All right, rear brake, friction brake. Oh yeah, I got my foot on the brake. Right here, I'm gonna take my foot off. See how it's just not jumping forward? Foot's on the brake, foot's on the brake. Take it off. See, not a big deal. But if I'm in the friction zone too high, see? Too much clutch. Friction brake, clutch, 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 clutch. We don't stop with the handlebars turned. Okay, we want to make sure we stop with this bike squared. And how do we do that? Clutch. So the guy that told me he's coming out of the gas station, he commits to his turn and is lean slightly. And then he sees a car coming and he goes, oh crap. Again, here we go with the options. If you don't have any practice and the muscle memory in you, squeeze and hope for the best is the answer to everything. Speed and brake. There's no in between. Why? Because in between is the friction zone. If you don't live in the friction zone, it's not going to apply. It's not going to, not apply. It's not going to occur to you to do it. You're not even going to have the presence of mind to do it. Because if we're out here practicing in a controlled environment and you don't think about doing stuff, you really think you're going to think to do it in a moment of stress out in the real world? Hell no. So he hits his brake, even with a slight turn, front brake. That bike's going to fall. It's not a big deal, but it is if you're in the middle of a, whatever. So what should he have done? Anyone?
He should have started out one, rode brake, went out.
Yeah, what he should have done first is head and eyes. Because based on his story, I know for a fact he's turning like this instead of like this. Because if he sees that car, he doesn't even commit to the turn. So I'm going to be harping on head and eyes today big time because I know whatever you do here, you're doing it out there. And this messes people up all the time. It takes some time to get used to, but we understand what keeps the bike up. Our hands and this foot. It doesn't matter where the hell I look. If I turn the bars, that's where it's going to go. So my eyes doing this is not keeping the bike up. Power to the rear wheel is. But I need to know what the hell's going on. But anyway, let's suppose he saw it and he needs to stop. You need to do a friction brake. You can't just hit the brake. And you obviously, if you started turning and leaning, you can't just straighten out the bars. You need to give it clutch, because what does it want to do with power? It wants to stand up and go straight. If I give it clutch, but rear brake, friction brake, that's how it's going to stand the bike up. So when I'm coming out of that turn, friction brake, clutch, 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 brake, 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 brake. Now, of course, in his situation, it's not going to be a smooth stop. That's not a priority. Just want to stop the bike. But if I want to straighten these bars out, I need clutch. Period. But rear brake at the same time. The rear brake is always going to win. I don't care what stage you're in. So don't worry about that. So in this exercise, we're starting at a cone and we're stopping at a cone. We got one road glide. Well, we still got fixed fairings. I don't want your front wheel passing the cone in front of you. This is part of the dating process. You need to know where that front wheel is without being able to see it. Right? So I don't want to see you guys doing this. It's not necessary. Right? This is all part of the dating process. Smooth start, smooth stop. Questions?
Yes, sir. If you have to go to pull out, and you've got to go to the right. Friction and the brake, I understand.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't turn my wheel till my bike starts moving.
Okay.
Is that right? Or do you want me to turn the wheel, then do the friction and brake?
So good question. He's saying, do I want him to turn his handlebars? Well, he's telling me normally he doesn't turn the handlebars until he starts moving.
Right.
Do I want him to do it from a standstill? The answer, this reminds me of the emails that I get from people. I feel so bad. 9 paragraphs long. And at the end of it, my answer to the questions they ask is, it depends. So this all goes back to our options. So and that's what I want you guys to have. I want your tool belt to be full. Because when you get out there, if you look at something, I'm not just talking about emergency stuff. Simple stuff. Like, people hate riding their motorcycles in confined spaces, even though it's the perfect vehicle for confined spaces. This is why in Times Square in New York City, New Year's Eve, they have a path. Crowds of people, but there's a narrow path. Guess what it's for? For us. It's for motorcycles, right? And so when you look at something, I want you to go, bam, it's 4 different things I could do here. Versus the guy that looks at that block and goes, I'm going around the block, right? I'm not making that U-turn. I'm going around the block. That's what I want to eliminate. So in that case, it depends. Now, I understand why you don't do it right from a standstill, because exercise number 4, are you familiar? Right turns, left turns from a stop?
Right.
That's why that's my highest failure rate. Because now it's requiring you to turn the handlebars.
Before you move.
Well, no, not everybody. Certain people, I'll have them go, like D, I'll make her go all the way to the front and do it. Now, she's on a Heritage. So a Heritage, soft tail, it does not, the handlebars don't turn as much as these. So that all of that stuff has to be factored in. And it's so funny, first time I got on the Heritage, I went to turn it, boom, I hit the lock real hard, because in my brain, my muscle memory is used to turning more. So this is what I mean when I say learning your bike. How long you had this bike, D? The next owner's gonna love it. And I say that to everybody that rides a soft tail or any type of motorcycle like that doesn't have the creature comforts of a touring motorcycle. Because why'd you pick that bike, D? No wrong answer.
The color.
The color. Good answer.
And it fit me.
Yeah, exactly. Most people are gonna pick a motorcycle, most, not all. They're gonna pick a motorcycle based on their confidence. What doesn't intimidate them as much. And if you don't know a lot, a bigger bike is, oh, hell no. But that's why I don't care what size you are. I don't care how old you are. I don't care how tall, how short. I already told you what keeps it up, your hands. And so if we know power keeps the bike up, who gives a shit how strong you are? Now you drop the bike, that's when your strength comes in. You got to pick it up. But unless you're riding in the middle of the desert, somebody's going to be able to help you pick the bike up. Don't worry about that, right? And so I find that when people come out and they practice with me, it's just a matter of time before they start looking at that bike going. And especially if they come out and they rent one of my touring bikes. Yeah, you can love it. The next person's going to love it too. You're going to love the bike even more. You have a question, go ahead.
And you may not like the question.
I like all questions.
Okay. So these roads out here, our roads are narrow, right?
Are they?
Just on a 2-lane road
Yeah.
that had an accident.
Yeah.
And I had to turn around
Mm-hmm.
and go miles north and then right over dirt road to
Mhm.
get here. So how many spaces is how many parking spaces is the average 2-lane road?
Okay, so an average country road is 24 feet wide.
Okay.
That's the average. It could be a little more.
2.5 parking spaces?
2 spaces is 18 feet.
So,
Yeah. And so my U-turn box is 27 feet wide.
pardon?
My U-turn box is 27 feet.
Okay.
I want you at 24, really. That's what we're working on. But I give you 27. So my point is, and I'm glad you said that, because that's my point. I don't want something as simple as a U-turn to be an uh-oh moment for you. Uh-oh moment should have their place. Something comes out in front of you, uh-oh, but if you practice emergency braking, you know what to do. And if you practice single serpentine, you have the presence of mind to swerve as well, because just braking alone is not always going to help. If you are practicing here in a controlled environment and you're just making 24 feet, in a moment of stress, it's going to be wider. I know it is, right? And so I was out, who's unfamiliar with the Dragon in Tennessee and North Carolina? Yeah. 318 curves and 11 miles, right? Beautiful road. I'm riding that road last year, and I see a baby cub, a bear. So I come to a stop, but I make sure when I saw it and I stopped, I pulled my bike to the right. Why did I do that? No, not because of the bikers. It's because I'm already saying to myself, if that shit comes towards me, I'm making a U-turn, right? Not a wide road at all, but it's wide enough. It's plenty wide enough, right? And I'm standing by waiting for the mother, because I know it's got to be nearby. It's a cub. And sure enough, there goes the mother. And I'm just waiting. Well, how many people in the comment section, I would have shot that? Everybody's got an answer what they would have did, right? But I know in my mind, I'm just going to, like I just did right here. As long as I got power, turn the handlebars, rear brake, make that turn, I'm gone. That's how I want you guys to be. You get to the gas pump. Shit, it's out of service. Got to go to that one. I don't want that to be an uh-oh moment. I just want you to do it. And what I'm going to tell you guys is this. Everything you see me doing on the bike, a lot of this stuff is extra. You don't ever have to do it. But the point is, just starting and stopping the bike smoothly, under control, making U-turns smoothly, just doing that you're going to get attention every place you ride your motorcycle. 98% of motorcycle riders really don't know how to operate a motorcycle properly. 98%. And so like anything else in the world, the majority is always going to be the average. So an average to be average in the United States means you don't know what you're doing. 2% of people know what they're doing. 2%. And so I can tell you right now, most of you guys, when you leave here, you're not going to be average riders. It doesn't take a lot to be above average. It really doesn't. So this class said advanced slow speed riding skills. And I've had several people say, listen, I'm kind of new. And that word advanced, am I ready for this? Keep in mind, I only put advanced there because of the numbers I just gave you. Most people don't know how to do this. So yes, that makes it advanced. What we're going to be doing today is we're going to be going straight, making right turns, left turns, and U-turns. That's what we're going to be doing. Now, if you go to a really advanced class, they're going straight, making right turns, left turns, and going straight. That's all. It's always the same, right? No matter what you see me do or anybody do, it always boils down to exercise 1, 2, and 3. Period. Right? So just keep that in mind. It's not like when I got to wheel school, they said, all right, open up the golden briefcase. We're going to tell you these new techniques. No, it's the same shit, right? It's just a matter of practicing them and getting comfortable and confident. Some of us are going to get to a certain level and go, I'm good right here. But most people, I want more. I want more. So I got 24. I want 23, 22, 21. And that makes sense because the only difference in that distance is your confidence. Because when we turn the handlebars, some of us barely turn. You get more confident, you turn more. Some of us barely lean. You get confident, you lean a little bit more. You put more handlebar turn and more lean together, you get a tighter turn, right? Again, nothing extreme, but just giving me more. You put all those things together, boom. And I want you guys to be well-rounded motorcycle riders. Anybody can ride a motorcycle at speed. Anybody. It's the only vehicle in existence that the slower you go, the more your heart rate goes up. Now, a pilot just corrected me and told me, negative, sir. A plane, if it's going too slow, it'll stall. So, all right. That's another bigger consequence, too. Matter of fact, I got a private lesson with him. He's a captain that flies for United. Okay. Any other questions? Good questions. Coming out of a turn, this is when this is most important. Friction brake, clutch, 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 brake, brake, brake. Boom. Man, I didn't like it. Put up. Work it out. Clutch, 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 brake, 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 clutch, clutch, clutch. Boom. Leaning a little bit to the left. Brake, 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 clutch, clutch, clutch. I didn't like that one either. But it is what it is, guys. That's what we're doing here. Smooth starts, smooth stops. Let's do it. Good. See the handlebars? Good. Brake, 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 brake. Nice. Well, she pulled that clutch in early, but the balance worked out. See what you're doing? You're pulling the clutch in early and gliding into the stop. So that's showing you it's too much speed. Keep it open until you put your foot down. Foot up, clutch, clutch, good. Pull it in a little, start braking. Keep it in the friction zone, brake, brake, brake. See, now you don't got enough clutch. Clutch, clutch, good. Brake, 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 brake. Keep that clutch open. Beautiful, there you go. Woo! Yeah, that's how we left off. Good, 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 good. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Outstanding, Colleen. I mean, outstanding. Good. Start braking, 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 braking. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Oh my God. Oh my God. Just like before, guys. You see it first, and I know you're like, what's the big deal? Remember, we want to be putting ourselves in the situation where it's on us. So even if you're letting the bike do the work a little bit, I'm going to call you on it. Slow down. If you can pull the clutch in constantly and glide into the stop, too much speed. Too much speed. Too much speed. Good. Start braking. Braking, 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 braking. Clutch, 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 clutch. Better, better, much better. Good. Good. Beautiful. Good. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Outstanding. All right, man, one more. See the handlebars? Good. Clutch, 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 clutch. Outstanding, Paul. Woo! And I love to see that. I love to see the fact that the handlebars are all over the place. Yeah, I want to see that. Because I know now you're feeling something, but you're doing something about it. You're not panicking. You're not putting your feet down. That's what this is about. It's not about looking, well, I can't say it's not about looking good because it's always about that, right? All right, so don't give up on it. I know right before it's getting ready to stop, you don't like the way it feels, so you're stopping. Stay in that friction zone all the way to the end. Preload. Clutch. 2. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. Brake, 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 brake. All right, right now you just keep the clutch. Don't pull it in. Remember, it doesn't make any sense to pull it in. You need that power. Okay. When you first start moving, when you brake, you're jamming the brake. Nice and easy. Okay? Nice and easy. Oh shit, that was exercise number 3 right there. Brake, 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 brake. All right, so you're still giving up at the end. That's why it's slamming. Gradual at the end. Clutch, clutch, clutch at the end.
Clutch at the end?
Yeah, keep the clutch open. If you feel it falling, open it some more, but keep braking. Preload. See the bike jumping? Brake, 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 brake. Yeah, so you see when you're moving, your bike's jumping? It's because you're doing this to your brake. Remember, when you start braking and it's gradual. Brake, 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 brake. Not this. Good. Clutch. Start braking. All right. Try it again. Not enough clutch, so the bike starts falling. Good. Clutch, clutch, clutch. So you see what's happening? Not enough clutch. That's why it's falling. Not enough. You're going into 1. You got to go to 2. But remember, don't pop it into 2. Just go into 2. Nice and easy. You're good. See, popping it into 2. See, you're popping it into 2. That's why the bike is doing like that. And as soon as you feel that, you want to counter it with the brake, and that's why it's going like that. Nice and easy. Good. Start braking. Keep the clutch right there. Brake, 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 brake. Brake, 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 brake. All right, that was good. Don't give up on it. That's the best one so far. Put up. Good. Brake, 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 brake. All right. Too much speed, too. You're pulling the clutch in before you're stopping. Keep that clutch in the friction zone until your foot touches the ground. Preload. Good. Clutch. Clutch, clutch, foot up, clutch, clutch. Brake, 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 brake. Too much speed. Remember, as soon as you start moving, start braking. Good, foot up, start braking, that's 10, brake, easy, easy. So now you're braking like this. That's why the bike is diving. As soon as you start moving, your foot's already covering it, gradually start braking. Brake, keep the clutch where it is unless you feel like you need more power. You open it a little bit more, but keep braking. Reload. Brake, 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 brake. Not bad, you're still pulling that clutch in early. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to do a 2 to 1. Open the clutch to get it to stand up, then pull it to 1. Don't pull it to 0. Preload. 2, 2, 2, 1. Nope, clutch never moved. Still pulling the clutch in early. See that? All right. Good. Brake, 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 brake. Yeah. All right, we'll try it again. Go around. Too much speed, Rich. Too much speed. Brake, 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 brake. Too much speed. See how straight your handlebars are? Too much speed. Start braking right here. Brake, 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 brake. Too much speed. Too much speed. So do this. When you start moving, Rich, as soon as it starts to move, pull the clutch on a tad. 2 to 1. 2 to 1. 2, good. 1, there we go. There we go. Brake, 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 brake. But at the same time, you got to be braking. Right now, you're applying your brakes. The majority of it, you're starting here. That's why it's so abrupt. Got to be gradual braking. Good. Start braking. Brake, clutch, 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 brake, 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 brake. All right, not bad, not bad. And so that's a prime example of what I mean when I say you're going to think you're going very slowly. And here's this guy coming telling you too much speed. Don't give up on it. Stop falling in, just put the foot down. Brake, 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 brake. All right, good. All right. All right, too much clutch there. Too much clutch there. Clutch. Yep, that's that example I gave. What happens if you try to start and the bar starts turning? It's falling. Not enough clutch. Brake, brake, brake. Yeah, right now what you're doing is you're opening up the clutch and then coasting into the stop. Too much speed. Clutch, 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 clutch. Not enough clutch. Good. Brake, 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 brake. All right, same thing there. Too much speed. And what you did is you started out too fast, and then when you started slowing down and you felt falling, time to stop. Foot down. That's why you stop. You know, the stop is like that. Friction brake at the end. Don't give up on it. Keep the clutch open. Okay. What's always step number 1 before we move the bike? No. Make sure you're in first gear. Step number 2, cover the rear brake. Step number 3, preload the throttle and keep it loaded. 4, clutch. And step 5, pick that foot up as soon as it starts to move. All right, too much speed, too much clutch. Preload. Start braking right away, D. That's 10. Brake, 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 brake. Keep the clutch open. Don't give up on it. Good. Start braking. Brake, 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 brake. Too much speed. Too much speed. It's always going to be more difficult to stop smooth when you're going fast. Good. Foot up. Foot up. Brake, 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 brake. Keep the clutch open. Brake, 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 brake. See what you're doing? Right before you're going to put your foot down, you're pulling this in. Keep it open until your foot is on the ground, then pull it in. Good. Brake, 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 brake. See, you're still pulling it in early. All right, habit. And I get it, but that's why we practice. We're fighting against habits, right? That's not even an instinct because you're not born with that. That's a habit. Let's do it again. Get that clutch out. Brake, brake, brake. All right. Good. Brake, 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 brake. Beautiful. And you see her clutch hand, guys. As she's going deeper into the stop, the clutch is actually opening more. Brake, 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 brake. See it? See it? See it? Very nice. Very nice. That was just not, she just wasn't giving enough brake right there. That's all that was. That's what I'm talking about with the coordination. Brake, 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 brake. Don't pull it in too early. Good. See? Slow down appropriately. Brake, brake. Still pulling it in early. That's why you're getting that little fall at the end. Whenever she does that, you get that little fall. But when she keeps it open, brake, brake, brake. Keep it open. Brake, 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 brake. All right. Now you can take a break. Good. Foot up. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Brake, 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 brake. Keep the clutch open. Easy on the brake. Yeah, so right now you're dabbing at the brake. Yeah, and that's why the
clutch in the same place from.
Keep it in the same place unless you feel it falling. Then open it up a little bit more. But no matter what you're doing with that, keep braking because you need to stop. Foot up. Clutch, clutch. Brake, 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 brake. Nice and easy. Clutch, 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 clutch. Brake, brake. There you go. Do that again. Do that again. And yeah, his movements were big because he's intentional about it. 10. Brake, brake, brake. Good. Clutch, 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 clutch. Good. Brake, brake, brake. Keep it out. Yeah, don't pull it in. Keep that clutch out. That was good. I love that. Why did I love it? Because he felt the bike turning. He didn't put a foot down. That's the first step, guys. Trust me. See, he's still jabbing at that brake. Clutch, 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 clutch. Love it. Do it again. Yeah, the bike's all the way over there. I don't care. He handled it. He's going to get better at it because of that. Good. Clutch, 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 clutch. Brake, 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 brake. Friction brake. All right, it's falling there. Not enough clutch. Needed a little bit more at the end.
A little bit more clutch.
Yeah, you felt it falling at the end, right? Clutch. Good. Start braking, nice and easy. Clutch, 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 clutch. All right, we'll talk about that. Yeah, it's so amazing, guys, and that's why the first thing we talk about is what does the bike want to do with power? All of that stuff, because that's what's going on there. If those handlebars are turning, not enough clutch. Brake, 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 brake. Nice, a little more brake, a little more brake. But right now he's past these cones. Good, brake, 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 brake. There you go, that was beautiful, Paul. Beautiful. You gotta be, you know, in charge here, guys. That's okay, it's okay. See the handlebars? Love it. Brake, 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 look at the clutch hand. Nice. All right, one more. You're good. I saw his face. He gave it the face like, damn it. That's what I want to see. Brake, 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 brake. Outstanding, man. End on a high note. All right. It's okay. At least I see. Now you're not pulling the clutch in, so it's okay. Just need a little bit more clutch at the end. I'm looking at all of these things, guys. Put up. That's 10. So like I said, right now, as expected, all of your movements are like this. That's why the bike's doing that. So open it up to 2, nice and easy. Start braking. Brake, 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 brake. Keep the clutch where it is unless you feel falling. Then start opening it. But don't open it like that. Nice and easy. Put up. Brake, 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 brake. Not bad. Now right there, that's a coordination thing. If your foot comes down a half second earlier, boom, it's just like that. Bike is sitting. That's 10. All right, now take it easy with the brake too. When you go to start your bike, before the bike moves, it's sitting. It's going like this. That means that you're opening the clutch into the friction zone and holding it back with the brake. Easy on that brake. Good, start braking. Brake, 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 easy, easy. Yeah, so same thing. You're doing this to the brake. So the bike's doing this. It's a gradual process. Good, brake, 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 clutch, 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 brake, brake, clutch. All right, don't give up on it, man, don't give up. Because you see right there, that could have been a good stop. Right at the end, he gave up on it. Yanked that clutch in. As soon as you do that, 0 power, you're gonna feel the bike falling, feet down, front brake. Too much speed, Rich. Brake, 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 brake. Yeah, you see how straight your handlebars are? Too much speed. Start braking. Brake, brake. Yeah, too much speed, Rich. Too much speed. So you might want to pull that clutch in a little bit too when you first start. 2 to 1. 2, 1. 1. Brake, 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 brake. Yep, too much speed. Brake, brake, brake. Good. Brake, 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 brake. See how you're still giving your majority of brake right at the end. Start applying more brake as you go into it. That's going to keep your speed down and make it smooth at the end. Start braking. Brake, 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 brake. Too much speed, Rich, too much speed. That's 10. Brake, 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 brake. Make sure you keep that throttle loaded, the whole engine shaking. Too much clutch, too much clutch. Brake, 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 brake. Too much speed. Start braking, 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 braking. Good. Brake, 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 brake. That's kind of what I want right there. You got to start braking earlier, that's all. Brake, 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 brake. Brake, 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 brake. All right, don't give up on it. That preload's too low too. Brake, 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 brake. Yeah, that preload's too low too. We got to work on that. Let's do it. Brake, 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 brake. Too much speed, D, too much speed. Foot up. Brake, 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 brake. Believe it or not, too much speed and you pass these cones. Don't pass the cone with your front wheel. All right. Good. Start braking right away. Brake, 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 brake. Good. Keep the clutch open. Brake, 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 brake. All right, it's better. It's getting better. It's getting better. Don't give up on it at the end. Foot up. Brake, brake, brake. Good. Brake, 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 brake. Not bad at all. Pass the cones again. Front wheel. Preload. Foot up. Good. Brake. Keep braking. Clutch, clutch. Brake, 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 brake. Foot down. All right, now it's coming. Copy and paste, please. Preload. Foot up. Good. Keep braking. Brake, brake, brake. Keep that clutch where it is. Brake, 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 brake. Ah, don't give up on it, D. Yeah, you passed it a little bit too. All right, guys. I see a little bit of annoyance in people when they don't stop smooth, and I love to see that. And I'm going to talk to them about why. Yeah. And then we're going to move on to exercise number 2, the slow ride, which is going to help this as well. All right, let's do it. Any questions on that, guys?
It's hard to not go as smooth as I thought.
Yeah, it's
You have a different definition
of slow. I knew you were going to say that. I told you, man, it's eye-opening. Now, what I liked a few things I saw. Paul's coming to a stop, and at the end of one of his stops, he went like this. I love to see that, because that's what I want. I want this to get to the point where when that stop isn't smooth, it annoys you. Especially because once you do it, you always want to do it. It's a beautiful feeling because it's all on you. You made it happen. So yeah, some of your stops were smooth, but like I showed you earlier, it's because too much speed. You let that bike roll into the stop. And I know it because I watched you pull your clutch in early and it still stopped smooth. Handlebars straight as an arrow. If I ever see that, speed or the balance of the bike just worked out. Now, JR went to move as soon as he picked up his foot. Actually, one time JR picked up his foot, he was doing exercise number 3, trust and believe. He went like this. The bike wasn't moving at all. I was like, but one time he went to move, and as soon as he started moving, he started turning to the right, left, right. I love seeing that. Why do I love that? I told you we're going to be in our feelings today. Anytime your bike is doing this shit, you are feeling that. And he never put a foot down. That's all I care about. Because if you're putting a foot down when you feel that, that's the thing we got to get rid of. You're still thinking, I need my feet. A lot of you were doing this too when you start. I told you it ain't doing nothing, but it makes you feel better. So if you heard me saying that's 10, I'm counting that. That's 10, 10, 20. D, no more of this. As soon as that bike starts to move, you don't have to pick it up before it moves. That's exercise number 3, but I appreciate it. So keep in mind, guys, Yes, I want you to feel something and do something. And one time, Paul, he opened up his clutch. The handlebars are moving. Remember, if the handlebars are moving and you know you're getting ready to stop, you don't want to stop with the handlebars turn. So you have to give it more clutch. Don't just hope, I hope this works out. No. Clutch, brake, brake, brake. And almost all of you are braking like this. So again, the speed I want you to go, that's not going to feel good at all because the bike is going like this. And you're trying to straighten out the handlebars, but no. As soon as it starts to move, it's never close. As soon as it starts to move, start braking. Now, I'm not telling you that it's never relevant to do this to your brake, but it should be subtle. If you're doing it too hard, the bike's going to do like this. So I'm going to do a smooth start, smooth stop. First gear, cover the rear brake, preload, clutch right before that friction zone. So when I start to move, start braking. Brake, 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 brake. Smooth stop. Friction brake, 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 brake. Ah. I didn't like it. Brake, 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 brake. Now I pull the clutch in. Brake, 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 brake. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Now I pull the clutch in. All right, now every stop is not going to be smooth. That's fine. We're on two wheels. But the point is, if you stop 10 times, 7 of them at least should be smooth. Maybe 6, right? We strive for the best. So again, if I told you were going too fast, I'm trying to get you, I want you to feel something and do something. That's how we get good. And like I always say, the airline pilots that have to do simulator training from point A to point B, I've asked all of them. It's rhetorical. I already know the answer. The question is, have you ever been in a flight simulator and flown from point A to point B and it was a smooth flight, nothing went wrong? Never. Because they're not going to learn shit on a smooth flight. Something needs to go wrong and you need to go, this is what's happening, here's what I need to do. Okay? Questions? All right. Exercise number 2, the slow ride. Now the beauty about this exercise, well, the first one, you could do it every time you ride. Every time. Because you have to stop. And if it's something that we all have to do, shouldn't you be good at it? Slow ride, we're going to, same place we were. Only difference is in this exercise, I'm going to ask you to do something I'm not going to ask you to do ever again except this exercise. A, I don't want you to cover the rear brake. We're not going to use it. Right? B, I told you to address the falling feeling as soon as you feel it and the movements are small. In this exercise, I want you to delay that a little bit. Don't address it as soon as you feel it. Delay it. The purpose of this exercise, I told you the first 3 exercises is me throwing you into situations where you feel what you don't like. Because we have to normalize that feeling, right? And so what I want you to do is when you start, I'm going to be walking. I don't want you to pass me. 2 to 0. Not 2-0. You do that, you're going to pass me. 2-0. 0. And work it out. I want to see this. And when you absolutely need power, 1-0. Don't go 1-0. I know you're dying to do it. Don't do it. 1-0. Purpose of this is I want you to see the thing that I forgot to ask this. JR, what's your biggest concern riding at slow speeds? Dropping the bike. I don't care where I go, who I talk to. When I was in South America and I did this, they just said it in a different language. Everybody's worried about the same thing. I don't want to drop the bike. And so how gratifying is it to figure out that the thing that we worry about the most is solved just by doing that? That's all you need. Boop. Right? And I'm going to show you that. Think about when you used to ride a bicycle. Without pedaling, you could kind of be doing this for a while before you put a foot down or hit the pedal. It's no different on the motorcycle, right? So I'm going to ride towards you guys, or whatever. and I'm gonna pull the clutch all the way in. And I'm gonna let you know when I give it power. I'm gonna be saying, still no power, still no power, still no power. Before I give it power though, I'm gonna preload. Preload, power, no power. That's what I want you to do. If you do that, you will never pass me, never. Now, because we all learn differently and we all feel things differently, I'm telling you to wait until you absolutely need it. If your brain keeps saying, I need it, I need it, I need it, yeah, you're gonna pass me, right? But I know you don't need it if I see your handlebars this straight. I need to see this before I believe you needed power, right? Because straight handlebars, going straight, it ain't falling, all right? Usually. All right, let's do it. No brake. All right, guys, no power here. No power. Power. No power. No power. Power. No power. No power. Power. Rear brake. Friction brake. No matter what we do at the end of it, when you stop, I want a smooth stop. Friction brake, friction brake. So you see there, I'm moving. I got no power. Nothing's keeping that bike up but me doing this. And when I need it, boop, just a little bit. I want your relief to be small, right? Because I'm trying to show you something so small does something so big. Okay, you don't need a whole lot to get a lot. That's my point. Questions? Don't pass me. I told you guys I was in the highway patrol. I don't like people passing me, right? Now I wasn't one of those idiots that would drive at the speed limit and dare somebody to pass me. I ain't got time for that, you know. No rear brake. Don't pass me. Good. Rear brake, smooth stop. Keep it out. Rear brake, smooth stop. All right, good job. All right, take a break. This is not about staying in the friction zone. Don't stay in the friction zone the whole time. It's 2 to 0. All right? All right. Smooth stop over here. Keep it slow. Keep it slow. Friction brake, 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 brake. Too much speed. Too much speed. I want a smooth stop all day. All right, you ready? Too much speed. Yeah, definitely. When you guys roll up here, I want it slow. All right, we're already comfortable riding fast. Ready? No rear brake. Head and eye straight ahead. Don't pass me. Don't even cover it. Rear brake, smooth stop. I'll take it. Beautiful, Paul. All right, you ready? No rear brake. Don't even cover it. Let's do it. So I usually walk forward, but I want to be able to look at people, so I have to modify that. But my walking pace is pretty much still the same. Might be a little faster. Either way, Paul's doing great. Rear brake, smooth stop. Rear brake, smooth stop. Beautiful, Paul. Beautiful. You think Paul's watching the videos? Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake, brake. Ah, woo! All right. You ready? No rear brake. Don't even cover it. Friction zone too much. Right now he's just riding it. Rear brake, smooth stop. I mean, the stop was great. so you passed me. The only reason you passed me is you're in the friction zone way too long. Remember, it's open, close, and
You didn't do the speed limit.
huh?
You didn't do the speed limit.
Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. All right, not bad at all. All right, you ready? No brake. That's right, keep those feet up. Keep the clutch in, you don't need it. Work it out. Work it out with the handlebars, you don't need clutch. You give it some more clutch, you're gonna pass me. Just keep it in, you don't need it. Keep it in. All right, good. Rear brake, smooth stop, friction brake. Clutch, 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 clutch. Ah, you had it, Rich. Don't give up at the end, but just me telling you not to use it, that's what changed it. Otherwise, you would have passed me. You didn't need it. Just work it out. I mean, that feeling that we don't like, we want to get rid of it as soon as we feel it. And that's what this exercise is doing. It's not allowing you to get rid of it as soon. What the hell? That's 50 push-ups. You're duck walking the bike. All right, you ready? No rear brake. Let's do it. Nice stop, D. And you can see why D making the rest of that turn. It's not that she can't do it. It's just the habit is just to walk it when it's a short distance. Excellent. Good, good, good. Good. Work it out. Work it out. You were good. You were good. Smooth stop. You were good. You were good, man. That's good. So right there, he was going towards that cone. All he had to do was clutch, turn it. He doesn't have the rear brake, so. So all you showed me right there, D, you showed me that that's just you doing what you're used to doing. Because as soon as I said no duck walking, the rest of this way, no problem, and you're turning. All right, you ready? Don't pass me. That's 10. 2-0, D, 2-0. Get that foot up, good. Good, keep the clutch in till you need it. Open, close. Excellent. 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 That's what I'm talking about. All right, rear brake, smooth stop. Friction brake, clutch, clutch, clutch. All right. Good job. Yeah.
Wasn't a duck walk.
It kind of was though.
It was me not falling.
It was a jump though.
This is why I like when people's friends are here, because they will hold your ass accountable.
That's right. She's fired as a friend.
Those are the best kind of friends.
It's her birthday.
If it's your birthday? Oh, happy birthday.
This is my gift to myself.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right. Any questions on that exercise? Now again, the beauty of that exercise is you can practice every time you're riding. Obviously in traffic, you know, nothing extreme, and you'll have your brake. Here I'm not giving it to you just because I want you to, you know, work it out, work it out. But from here on out, anytime we're doing anything and you're riding at a slow speed, I need you to know that you don't even need the brake. Open, close. Now in that case, depending on what you're doing, you can open the clutch and close it and just let it coast a little bit, right? You don't need to be sustained in the friction zone. What you do is always going to base on what's going on, right? And what your goal is, what you're trying to do, okay? But at the end of the day, in that exercise, like I said, I want you to feel falling, and then boop. That's all you need to correct it. Work it out, because we got to get past this. I don't feel comfortable turning my handlebars thing. That's the biggest thing. People don't like turning their handlebars. Okay. At the end, when I said, okay, rear brake, smooth stop. I only do that. I only do that because when I first started doing this exercise, I used to allow you to use the brake. But then I told people not to use it because I don't want people to be so reliant on the brake. But also, I want you to see at the end the difference in your stop going to it versus when you're already covering it. It's always going to be smoother when you're covering it already. Okay? All right. No questions? Exercise number 3, trust and believe. Who has never practiced it? You haven't. You haven't. I know you have. Okay, and shit, you were doing it before we got to this. So, who doesn't know what it is? Okay. This exercise is designed to reprogram your brain. So right now, if every time you feel falling, your brain is telling you to put your foot down, this exercise is going to say no, clutch, right? Clutch. Now, the only reason why this exercise freaks people out is because we're doing it with the bike not moving at all. So, step number 1, always step number 1, make sure the motorcycle's in first gear. Step number 2, we're going to cover that rear brake. Now, when we cover the brake, guys, don't be that person that is on the brake so hard that now when we need to move, the bike's not moving. And I expect that. When we get like this, that's why we pull clutches in and we jam brakes, because everything gets stiff. I call it rigor mortis of the hand, rigor mortis of the feet. Step number 3. Remember Karen kept emphasizing and keep it loaded? Preload and keep it loaded. So what happens is if I finally get you to preload the throttle, by the way, I want your RPMs a little higher. They're a little low. So with these older style motorcycles, what I like about them is this bell. Let me show you guys something. Turn the bike around. All right. See how much that bell is vibrating? That's this bike at idle. If I roll on the throttle, see how it stops? And so that's why all I have to do is look at that and I can tell if your RPMs are too low. But in your case, it's not just the bell, it's the whole engine, right? So it starts with the bell, then it goes to the engine, and then it shuts off, okay? So I know you don't hear it, but I hear it. That's my point. You're going to get an ear for what this is supposed to sound like and what it's supposed to feel like, okay? All right. Preload the throttle and keep it loaded. So what happens is people are so amped up because they know I'm going to tell them to pick their foot up and I don't want the bike to move. As soon as I say foot up, preload goes back down. The reason that's happening is when you grab your throttle, if you're not accustomed yet to listening to the sound, you're going to grab your throttle in the natural position because that just makes sense. So when I tell you to preload, you're taking your wrist out of a natural position. And so when you stop thinking about this, it's going to go back to what's natural. So before you get an ear for it, if you want, pronature grip a little bit by reaching over the throttle. And now when you preload, it's bringing it to a natural state. Now it's easier to keep it there. All right? But again, that's before you get an ear for it. Because like I tell everybody, everybody's looking for the magic pill, the easy fix, the cruise control. It doesn't exist. That's why people buy DCTs. I don't want to have to worry about the friction zone. I don't want to change the gears. But then when they learn about it, they go, damn, I wish I had the friction zone. It's just better control of the motorcycle. Step number 4. All the way to the grip and then start opening until you feel the bike start to move and pull it right before that. That's where I want you. So if you're sitting there and I see your bike moving like this, you're in the friction zone a tiny bit. Pull the clutch in. I don't want you in the friction zone. Then you're going to wait for my command. I'm going to say foot up. As soon as you hear me say foot up, pick your foot up. Now I'm saying that. Here's what I'm going to get. Foot up. Or I'm going to get foot up. There you go, Rob. No, this is supposed to mimic an uh-oh moment. So I don't want you to plan for it. As soon as you hear it, do it. Now when you do it, we talked about this earlier. You might do it and the bike is just sitting there for 2 seconds. That's fine. As soon as you feel it starting to move, clutch. And then I want you to come to a smooth stop. This is not about just opening the clutch and flying out. Okay? I want you to come to a smooth stop. If you pick up your foot, because sometimes people pick their foot up like this. So as soon as you pick up your foot, you throw the bike to the right. That doesn't mean put your right foot down. It means you're in the exercise. You feel it, address it. So if I feel falling, as soon as I address it, the most I should do, the bike should move like this. And I should stop right there. Like if you do it correctly, it's not a big deal at all. Again, if I wait longer, it means I'm gonna have to open the clutch more and the bike's gonna turn more. But that's the only difference. I'm gonna demonstrate it for you. Do me a favor, Regina. I'm gonna pull the bike over here. Talking to your bride. I'm gonna pull the bike over here. I just want you to stand next to me. I'm gonna say ready, and then I just want you to say foot up, okay? Smooth stop. All right, first gear, covering the rear brake. Preload, my head and my eyes are straight ahead. I'm ready. Friction brake, friction brake. Boom, that's it. Stay right there, I got one more. Now I'm gonna wait a little longer. Friction brake. All right. First gear, cover the rear brake. Okay. Reload. Ready? You saw Regina? You saw Regina? Shoot it.
Where are we going, Regina?
Thank you, dear. So the only difference there, you see how far my bike is because I waited longer to do something, right? So this is really just different levels of the pucker effect. Regina, you're not supposed to get the pucker effect. I'm on the bike, right? So your pucker effect is going to be huge when you first do this because the thought of letting the bike drop, you're letting it mess with your brain. We're not dramatically letting the bike drop. We're addressing it as soon as we feel it. Now, as I say that, a lot of you are going to pick up your foot and just open the clutch and you never felt it drop. If you do that, it defeats the purpose of this. I told you we're going to be in our feelings. You have to feel it and address it. That's how you reprogram your brain to not put your foot down because that's what we're going to, this exercise right here, trust and believe, is relevant every time you ride your motorcycle. Every time. It's always relevant because anytime you feel falling, that's the answer, power, okay? Any questions on any of that? Thank you, Regina. I always find a way to get the brides in this video one way or another, whether it's the interview or this, so I appreciate that. All right, you ready? Cover the rear brake. Foot up. Now you're moving. Make sure it's not moving. Foot up. Clutch, clutch. Back it up. You just don't like the way it feels. You're putting your feet down. Pick it up. Make sure that bike's not moving at all when you pick your feet up. Put up. Clutch, 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 clutch. Good. Smooth stop. Beautiful, Colleen. Take a break. Go out wide. Slow, 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 slow. And that's why I'm telling you slow, slow, because all of that speed is going to be harder to stop smooth when you get here. Plus, as you're approaching, this is what I see your foot doing. Yeah, yeah. And so it's not even necessary there. All you got to do is drag it, nice and easy. Okay? All right, first gear, covering the rear brake. Preload. Head and eye straight ahead. Clutch right before the friction zone. Don't forget to come to a smooth stop. Foot up. Clutch, 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 good. Smooth stop. Nice! Nice and slow, nice and slow. Keep it loaded, friction brake, straighten out. Nice, Paul. Very nice. All right. Put up. Smooth Excellent, Paul, excellent. Yeah, I know. There you go. Good. Good. Friction brake, straighten out, friction brake. Hey, don't give up on it. You had it.
As you can hear, I don't use the rear brake often.
Yeah. All right, don't forget to come to a smooth stop. Put up. Now you're moving. Stop. Do it again. You picked up your foot and the bike was moving. Make sure it's not moving at all. Trust and believe. Put up. Moving. It's because you're in the friction zone. I can hear it. Pull the clutch in a little bit. Good. Put up. Clutch. There you go. See the difference? There we go. That's what I want. Put up. Smooth stop. Friction brake. I'll take it. Yeah, he was like, I'm not stopping yet because I don't feel it. And I get that. Slow down. Friction brake, straighten it out. See, you cut that? You're supposed to be facing that way, not this way. But I get it. That's what exercise number 4 is all about. All right. Yes, first gear covering the rear brake. Preload. Clutch right before the friction zone. Put up. Now you're moving. Come back. Make sure when you pick your foot up, this bike's not moving forward at all. When you feel falling, then you open that clutch. Put up. Yeah, see the difference? Come back. Yeah, when you do it properly, you definitely feel the difference. Come on, you're good. All right. I know you love this exercise.
The one I skipped it on. That's why I'm here, so
Yeah.
You won't let me skip it.
Put up. Clutch. Good. Smooth stop. There you go. What are you talking about, Rich? That was beautiful. If you didn't hear him, he said, this is the one I skip at home, but I won't let him skip it here. You don't want to skip it. Friction brake. All right, don't stop at those bars turn. Don't stop at those bars turn.
Would I have had to go further?
No, you're good. Just don't stop at the bars turn. They were slightly turned when you stop.
So how do I prevent that?
Straighten them out, clutch. Yeah. All right, don't forget to come to a smooth stop. All right, preload.
I like your Smith machine.
Oh, yeah.
I gotta remember that.
I stopped using it because everybody doesn't know what a Smith machine is.
I gotta use that.
Good. Put up. Good. Smooth stop. Friction brake. Beautiful. Look where he's at, guys, and that's what I'm talking about. When you do it properly, you're not going to be all the way out there. Outstanding, man. Outstanding. Friction brake. Brake. All right. First gear. Good. Covering the rear brake. Good. Preload. Don't forget to come to a smooth stop. Make sure this bike's not moving at all when you pick your foot up. Put up. Clutch. There we go. That's okay. Put up. Clutch. Look at that. Smooth stop. Friction brake. Oh, D, that's beautiful. What the hell? Do you want some sleeves? You sure? All right, I got some. Oh, you went already, right? Yeah, you went. Okay. All right, guys, we're going to move on to exercise number 4, right turns, left turns from a stop. And we're going to talk about how some of these guys were making this turn coming in. That's why I prefer them to make that turn coming into exercise number 3, so I can kind of evaluate what's going on, and then we can address it when we get over there. All right, let's do it. All right, guys, any questions? Trust and believe. So Rich said something very interesting to me. because I had somebody, Stephanie, V.I.Preloader Stephanie. V.I.Preloader Stephanie went to the MSF course. She failed. She was discouraged. Turns out that before she left there, she ran into Dr. Michelle Clark, another V.I.Preloader that didn't do well in the MSF course and came down to me for private lessons. And she told Stephanie, look up this guy. Be the boy, see a motorcycle. So this was last year. Stephanie has been coming down 4 hours from the Atlanta area to me since June, every month for about 2 or 3 days, right? When she first came down, she was on a Honda Rebel. Now she's riding a Harley. Like I said, next owner's gonna love that bike because now she wants a street glide. That's how it happens, right? So she came to me for a private lesson, and I'm like, wow, her starts and stops, beautiful. Everything's beautiful, but every now and then I keep seeing her tapping the ground. I'm like, come on now, we're way past this. What's going on? I said, let's go. Let's do trust and believe. And she goes, damn it, I hate that exercise. And because she hates it, she doesn't practice it. And there's the problem. And Rich said, I hate this exercise. I don't practice it, but you're not going to let me skip it, right? I can see it in her riding that she doesn't practice it. That's why she keeps putting her feet out, right? So please don't skip that exercise. The worst that can happen is the bike tip over. That's the worst, right? So don't worry about it. I want you to feel that. And then you did it like it was beautiful. I think you're punking me at this point. All right. Any questions about that guy? Some of you guys were foot up, clutch open. But when you did it right, then you put a foot down. That's fine. That's what I want you to feel, okay? Because like I said, it's always relevant. Exercise number 4, right turns, left turns from a stop. Who has never practiced this with the cones? Okay, the most of yous. It's New York talk. All right. So, when I have you guys make that turn, more than half of you chose the path of least resistance. And so, in order for you to come straight ahead, you need to make that turn a little bit sharper. So what a lot of you guys did is, if you know you got to get in there, instead of coming right here and making the turn, no, that's going to require you to go very slowly and turn the handlebars. You started turning early, and that's why you ended up like this. I make you do that for a reason. I'm evaluating. That ain't happening here, right? And so this is my highest failure rate because of that. People don't want to turn the handlebars going that slowly. And so in this exercise number 4, right turns, left turns from a stop, I had you come over here because I want you to actually see it before you ride in it, right? This is the gravel road. Who here loves riding on gravel?
Oh, she's my favorite thing in the whole wide world.
And so that's what this is. People don't like riding on gravel, and so they put their feet out, which is even worse because what are they going to do? You put your foot down without grip, bad things happen to you. Forget about the bike. The bike's protected. This is the gravel road, and this is how you ride on gravel. Exercise number 2, but with the brake. And then when it's time to turn the bars, nothing else changes. Head and eyes, whichever way I'm going. When the bars turn, that's when it falls apart for people because they don't like the way it feels. So either they open the clutch and the bike goes out that way, or they close the clutch and the bike drops right here. So what I want you guys to do is on the approach to this turn, that's when it's time to get it together. Preload, do I like the way it sounds? Yes, I'm going to keep it there. Clutch, what stage am I in? 2, whatever the hell it is. If it's working, set it and forget it. Now I'm just going to use the rear brake to control my speed, just like I showed you guys over there when I was making those circles. Head and eyes, handlebars. When I turn my bars, if I feel the bike start to fall in, how do I correct that? Open the clutch, right? Or just come off the brake, just like I did over there. Keep the clutch right where it is. But when I come off the brake, I'm almost doing an open close, but with the brake, because I'm not gonna come off and stay off because then it's gonna make me go too wide. Remember, we give, but we don't let you keep it. Give, take, give, take. That's what life's about. That's what this is about. So if I feel it falling in, give, take, because I want to stay straight up. I don't want to lean. There's no leaning in here, guys. 0 leaning. What about if I'm making this turn and the bike is starting to fall to the right? How do I correct that, D? What do you say, more speed? Slower. So that means I have to hit the brake because the bike should never be falling the opposite way the handlebars are turned. If that's happening, It's too much power. It's trying to go straight. So just a little bit of brake is going to bring it back in. But again, we don't keep anything sustained. Because if I keep giving it too much brake, now it's going to go this way. So I feel it's starting to go that way. Brake, come off the brake. When I say come off, not all the way. I'm varying the pressure of the brake, depending on what's going on, right? That's all this is. And when you make this turn, hold the turn. The goal is to be in the middle. Now, if you're over here, not a big deal. If you're over here, not a big deal. Like, I don't want you to hit a cone and go, screw it, I messed up. Stay the course, because I want to see where you end up. And then we can work on that. Here's the other thing. A lot of times people are making these turns, and if the front wheel runs over a cone, just them feeling that is an oh crap moment. Clutch in, bike down. If you feel that clutch, it's not going to make, the bike's not going to fall. So that's the equivalent, that feeling, that's the equivalent of neighbors that I have, that when they come home and they have to ride the bike up into their driveway, that bump, they barely slow down because they, boom, boom. Because going slowly, everything you do is going to be exaggerated. You're going to feel it more. But I know that as long as I get to that curb, as soon as my front wheel touches it, 2-1. And I'll wait for the back tire. As soon as I feel it, 2-1. That's all I need to do, and I'm good. So again, don't worry about feeling that. We're in a controlled environment. So it's not a person, it's not a, whatever. First time we do this, what's your strength? Right turns or left turns? Left? Straight. I like that answer. I like that answer. But if you have to turn, what's your strength? Rights or lefts?
I don't know.
We'll find out.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Probably right.
Right? Left? Left? Right? Left. Okay, remember your answers. Because the majority of people that answer that question, you're answering for U-turns. Because most motorcycle riders don't turn like this. Right? I don't know why it's different, but more times than not, it's the opposite. I don't know why. Sometimes, most of the time I'll say. So just keep that in mind. You are not required to do a full lock turn here. I don't want you to think that's what this is. Now, if you wait too late to turn, then yeah, you're gonna have to turn full lock. So this is about, again, judgment, space, what makes sense on your bike. So if you're riding a Heritage and you're coming right down the middle, you might want to start turning right here. Because now you don't have to worry about your bags hitting this cone, and you still have plenty of room without locking the bars, okay? If you're on a Harley, you could be all the way up here and still turn, but you'd have to lock the bars. You could be wherever you want in this box. I don't care. Again, it's not a competition. If you do that clean, the next time you come around, we're going to do it from a stop. Well, I'm not going to say the next time you come around when I tell you to, because we're probably going to go through it more than once, just going straight through. If you don't do it successfully going straight through, I'm not going to have you stop. I just want you to go straight through, okay? When you stop, you can stop anywhere in here. So if we're making left turns and you want to stop here, you got to be in the box though, so your front wheel has to be at least here. Perfectly fine with me. But at some point, maybe not today, I want you to be comfortable from here. Because sometimes, in the real world, when you're riding and you come to an intersection, you're not going to be able to stop back there because you're not going to be able to see around something. And so, and if it's a busy intersection and you need to make this right turn, so you're waiting for your chance to go, what most motorcycle riders do is as soon as that chance comes, too much clutch, over the double yellow. So the way we stay inside, 2 rear brake, just like we were doing before. 2 rear brake, or 2 to 1. 2-1, rear brake. Hold that turn, hold that turn. It's gonna put you right in the middle, okay? And then we'll do the same thing going right. Then lastly, we're gonna stop, make the turn, and at the end, smooth stop. This is coming out of a turn and stopping. If you're going too fast, that's what I was telling JR. It's more difficult to stop smooth if you have too much speed. Shave that speed off. I don't want you leaning the bike until I tell you, okay, it's okay to lean. Everything we're doing is straight up until we get to exercise 5, which is next. Questions? Demo. First gear. Covering the rear brake. Preload. Bike's moving, foot's up. All right, rear brake. I like where everything is. Head nice. Handlebars. Hold the turn. Hold the turn. Right in the middle. Doing it from a stop. I want a friction stop. Friction brake, clutch, 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 clutch. Smooth stop. Now clutch in. Head knife. Now I'm gonna turn my head and my eyes first because I'm already at the turn. As soon as it starts to move, foot up, rear brake. Stage 2, rear brake. Clutch, brake. And drag it. Drag it. Hold the turn. Hold it till you get about right here. Right in the middle. Smooth stop. Slow down enough so that you need the friction brake. Clutch, 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 clutch. Then we're going to stop here and then stop there. Head and eyes. 2, rear brake. Hold the turn. Hold the turn. Friction brake. Smooth stop. Friction brake, friction brake. Now keep in mind, any turning that you do on your motorcycle is going to be easier to do if you scoot up on the tank. Get over those bars as much as possible. It makes all of this easier. This is for highway riding. When it's time to turn these bars, you got to kind of scoot up a little bit, okay? Questions? My camera is going to be at the end of each turn. Before you turn, head and eyes comes first, and then handlebars. Look at my camera and keep looking at it. Don't look down at my cones, look at the camera, look down at the cones. Head and eyes on the camera, say cheese, and go right for it. Don't hit it though. All right? All right, let's do it. Slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down. Too much speed, that's why you're leaning. Head nice, head nice. Excellent, Paul, right in the middle, excellent. Right in the middle. Slow down, slow down. Good, head and eyes on my camera. Keep the clutch open. You're good, you're good. Dad, you're good. Slow down, slow down, slow down. Head and eyes on my camera. Hold that turn. Good job, Rich, right in the middle. Slow down, slow down. Head and eyes on my camera, head and eyes on my camera. Easy on that brake. Hold that turn. Hold that turn. Excellent. Oh, why are you stopping? We ain't stopping yet. But that was excellent, man. Again, right now everything's rough and herky-jerky. I don't care. Wrinkled t-shirt theory. Good. Head nice. Easy on that brake. Easy on that brake. There you go. Trust and believe. Good job. Easy on that brake. Get that foot up. Good. Good. Nice and slow. Find a good spot on that brake and just drag it. Head nice. Hold that turn. Clutch. Clutch, 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 clutch. Good. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. Straight through. Yep. Too much speed. See, you're leaning. Too much speed. Straight through. Head nice. Easy on that brake. Easy on the brake. There you go. Nice and easy. Good. Head nice. Clutch. Rear brake. Rear brake. Rear brake. Rear brake. There you go. Good job. Slow down a little bit. Good. Start turning. Rear brake. As soon as I said head and eyes, he looked down at that cone. That's exactly what he went to. Slow down. Slow down. Slow down. Slow down. Head and eyes. Easy. Good. Hold that turn. Hold that turn. Straight out. Excellent. What the hell? That was excellent, man. Wow, that was surprising. I wasn't expecting that. Good speed. Stay at that speed. Stay at that speed. Head and eyes. Don't jab the brake. Hold the clutch where it is. Hold the clutch where it is. Good. Good. Woo! Woo! That's what I'm talking about. Straight out. Excellent. Good. Keep that pressure on the brake steady. Start turning. Hold the turn. Clutch, clutch. You had it, you had it. All right, from right here, you're good. Cover that brake. Clutch, 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 clutch. Wherever you want to stop. Beautiful. Beautiful. Straight through. Now you're leaning, see? Too much speed. Too much speed. Nice. Beautiful stop, Paul. All right, straight through. Colleen doesn't realize she's going too fast and she's leaning. But she is. Good job. And if that was gravel, you know, chances are her bike would slide out. Can't lean even a little bit. The gravel I'm talking about, you can't. Smooth stop. Friction brake, friction brake. All right. Copy and paste what you did before. That was nice. Not too much jabbing at the brake, holding the turn, staying in the friction zone. 2 rear brake. Head nods on my camera. Start turning. You're looking down. Clutch, 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 clutch. Nice. Trust and believe. Straight through. Smooth stop. Too much speed. See that? That's why the bike's diving. All right. 2 rear brake. Slow down. Head nice. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. Stop looking at my cones, Rich. Good job, man. Remember, I want to stop smooth. So when I said pull up, you're pulling up real fast. You're stopping like this. That's not what I want. I want, just like exercise number 1, smooth start, slow ride, smooth stop. Because anybody can do what you just did. I want you to do it nice and slow. All right. Okay? All right. This was beautiful that you did before. Do it again. Head nods on my camera. 2 rear brake. Easy on the brake. Good. Start turning. Up, up, up. Back it up. So what's happening there is when you're starting, you're throwing the bike to the right. Easy, easy. Good job, man. Good job. Straight through. You're not stopping yet. Smooth stop. Friction brake. Friction brake. Ah. All right. Straight through. Reload. Start turning. Head nods on my camera. Rear brake. Rear brake. Just drag it. Don't smash at it. Good job, man. Keep it loaded. The whole bike is shaking. You hear it. Straight through, D. Straight through. Don't stop. Good. Start turning. Rear brake. Rear brake. Rear brake. There you go. Rear brake. There you go, D. See, that wasn't going to happen without the brake. She was going too fast. Smooth stop. All right. Smooth stop over here. And the last, every time you went through, you're going too fast and leaning slightly. Remember, this is gravel. 2 rear brake. Head nods on my camera. Rear brake. See? Okay, that wasn't as bad. Brake, brake, brake. All right, right turn's next. Good job. All right, smooth stop over here. Nice, Paul. Right turn's next. Clutch, clutch, clutch. That's 50. All right. Smooth stop on this side. Head nods on my camera. Clutch, clutch. Remember, you're starting out on 2 wheels. You're not opening the clutch enough, and when you're picking up this foot, you're throwing the bike to the right. Good. Good, clutch. Good job, man. Right turn's next. Too much speed coming up here, Rich. Smooth stop right here. Good. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. Good. Keep that speed. Keep that speed. Ah, you sped up. All right, that was perfect speed at first. Right turn's next. Good. That's what I want to see. Slow down, slow down. Smooth stop, friction brake, brake, brake. All right, better. Give me another one over here. Smooth stop. Easy on that brake. That's okay, reset. Good, keep it loaded. Straighten out, friction brake. Pulling the clutch in too early, that's the only thing. Remember, keep that clutch open until you stop. Smooth stop. Excellent job, man. Right turn's next. Friction brake. All right. Smooth stop over here. Smooth stop. So that's happened to a bunch of people. Why? You're opening the clutch. When you first taking off, believe it or not, when you're picking up your foot, you're throwing the bike to the right. That's why it's going that way. Just give it a little bit more clutch. That won't happen. 2 to 0. 2 rear brake. Easy on the brake. Easy on the brake. Keep it loaded. Your throttle's too low. Yeah. Yeah. That's okay though. Right turn's next. Wrinkled t-shirt. Straight through. And stop at the end. Slow down, slow down, slow down. Good. Start turning. Good. 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 Clutch. Brake. Good. 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 Smooth stop. Woo! That's what I'm talking about, D. Keep it slow. Keep it slow. Yeah, you waited too late to turn there. Clutch. Oh, you had that. Woo! That nod's good. Keep it slow. Good. Keep it slow. Keep it slow. Start turning. Brake. There you go. Right in the middle. You like rights better than lefts. D, stop duck walking that bike. Yeah, smashing that brake did that. He was going a little too fast. All he had to do was apply a little bit of rear brake. But he smashed it. As soon as he did that, foot down. He didn't like the way it felt. Slow down. Good. Rear brake. Hold that turn. Hold that turn. Oh my God, man. Beautiful. 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 I mean, beautifully done. Got him to slow down. Everything is smoothed out. He might like rights better than lefts too. Good. Nice and easy on that brake. Start turning. Good. Good. Hold the turn. Hold the turn. Right in the middle, brother. You like rights better than lefts. Yeah, I like that. Just drag that brake. Don't dab at it. Start turning. Keep the clutch where it is. Yeah, you don't like rights. Back up. We'll do it again. That's 10. Not you.
Oh.
Front brake.
Oh.
It's your birthday, so because of that, that's 10. Keep going.
Oh.
All right. Your speed's much better now. Much better. Good. Start dragging it. Start turning. Good. 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 Hold that turn. Right in the middle, D. Beautiful. Do it again. Good. Start turning. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. Hold that turn. There you go, Colleen. Happy birthday. Right in the middle. These bars are too low. Yeah, so see his elbow is in his body. Excellent ball, right in the middle. Of course, he can still do it, but it's going to be a lot more comfortable with some higher bars. Slow down, slow down. Good, start turning. Turn those bars. Clutch, 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 clutch. Good. Stay at that speed, Rich. Start turning. Give me some more brake. Just a little. Just a little. There we go. There we go. All right. Now we're going straight through.
Oh, it was? Want me to go back around?
No, you're good. Two rear brake, two rear brake. Reload. Two rear brake, start turning. All right, start again.
Go on it.
Good, head nice. Turn those bars. Hold that turn. You're good, you're good. Woo! That's what I'm talking about, Julius JR. That's what I'm talking about. Love it. Was the bike leaned a little bit? Yes. But it wasn't because he was going too fast. It's because he got up on those cones and never put a foot down. Straight through. Slow down, slow down. Start turning. Easy on that brake. Hold that turn. Hold that turn. Right in the middle. Beautiful. Beautifully done. Good. Straight through. Straight through. Head nice. Start turning. Don't speed up. Don't speed up. Hold that turn. Right in the middle. Good job, D. Friction brake. Friction brake. Beautiful. Straight through. Clutch, clutch. Yeah, don't go. You don't have to go that fast, Colleen. You don't have to speed up. All right, straight through. Excellent, Paul. Excellent. Friction brake. Friction brake. All right. All right, reload. Yeah. Back it up some more. You ain't ready to start from here.
No.
Not yet. Dude, you sure?
I'm gonna try to get through this one.
All right. And then check it and make sure that bicep didn't pop, because that ain't good. Oh my God, beautiful. All right, straight through. Head nice. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. Keep that speed down. All right, Rich, good job. That's 40. 1, 2, 3, 4. Smooth stop. Got to be in the box. All right. Straight through. Good, head nice, good. Easy on that brake. Good job, man, straight through. Smooth stop. All right, straight through. Good, work it out. Easy on that brake. I knew it was coming. Keep it loaded, baby. Good job, though. Smooth stop. All right, straight through. Good. Start turning. Yep. That was football. I saw it. Football.
From the beginning.
So remember, when you're moving forward, if you feel the bike starting to go the way you don't want it, do an open close. 2, 1. Just to straighten out those bars. Good. Start turning. Don't speed up. Hold that turn. Clutch, clutch. All right. Straight through. Straight through. Friction brake, yep. Nice. Straight through. Beautiful, Paul. Beautiful. All right. Smooth stop. And you're all the way over here too, so a little tougher. All right. Preload is still too low too. No, you're good. Yeah, go back. That's another thing. You're too close. Give yourself some space. Use all the space that you need for now. At some point, you won't need it all. Preload. Preload. Good. Clutch. Start turning. Easy on the brake. Too much speed. Too much speed. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Good job, man. Bike almost stalled. You're supposed to stop. Smooth stop over here, Rich. Head nice. Stay at that speed. Brake. What happened to my stop, Rich? All right, take a break, Rich. Smooth stop, friction brake. All right, smooth stop over here. Clutch. Smooth stop, smooth stop. I still want it. All right, take a break, man. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. Smooth stop over here. You love right turns. Love them. All right, take a break. Got to be in the box. All right, smooth stop over here. Good, good. Keep the clutch open. Brake, 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 brake. There we go. Take a break. Take a break. Good job. All right, smooth stop. Beautiful, Paul. Take a break. Friction brake, friction brake. Beautiful stop. Give me another one over here. Clutch. Friction brake. I'll take it, man. Take a break, man. Smooth stop, friction brake. All right, smooth stop over here. Good. Yeah, too much speed. That's why it's so hard to turn. All right, guys, we're going to move on to exercise number 5, single serpentine, where we're already turning. Now we're going to start leaning and transitioning. Let's do it. Over to traffic. If you remember any questions from exercise number 4, a couple of you guys we're going through that exercise, and man, it looks rough. I don't give a shit. I love seeing that because no feet down. That's what I'm looking for, working it out. So excellent job. And actually, a lot of you guys did very well. And like Rich said, he said when he practices that by himself, he's going like 5 miles per hour. It's too much speed, right? 2 miles per hour is why I want you to be. 3 maybe, right? Because that way it's going to allow you to freely turn your bars. D was going through one time and I'm watching, I'm saying to myself, she's going too fast. I said, rear brake. As soon as she touched the brake, her handlebars went like this. It's always going to do that because the power is trying to make it go straight. Okay, so, but we just have to get comfortable with realizing I don't have to be going fast for the bike to stay up. Then after that, you were fine. I don't. And JR too. Now JR just told me I practiced that, and it shows. Paul, beautiful man, beautiful. Because even when it doesn't look great, he's still working it out, right? And that's all I care about. I don't want you to put your feet down. Now, if that was really gravel, half you'd be on your asses. But it's not, right? For the most part, very well, okay? Any questions on that? All right, we're gonna move on to exercise number 5. This is the single serpentine. Who has never practiced it with cones? Okay, okay. So now this is the first exercise where I want lean. And watch, some people ain't gonna give it to me, right? I want lean, but we're still turning the handlebars and we're transitioning now. So we're doing all of that. What does holding turns buy you? Now, what does holding turns buy you?
I said to you.
What does holding turns buy you?
Time.
And?
Correction.
Nope.
Nope.
Space and time. Hey, Regina, what does holding turns buy you? Now I'm really going to test. What does holding turns buy you? Yeah. What does holding turns buy you? Uh-oh. Yes, space and time. That's what holding turns buy you. Space and time. That's going to be relevant in this exercise and everything else we're doing following on, but definitely this exercise. See how my motorcycle is positioned? So when I used to do this exercise, there were only one set of cones going up the middle. And I started out with the smaller cones. So people would go through here, and if they looked back after they finished and saw all the cones still up, they were like, yeah. But really, I'm looking at their saddlebag go over every cone because they're turning the bike like this, right? That's not what this is. So I forgot to tell you guys, it's not about just getting through these exercises. It's how you get through them. I'm looking for technique. So in here, the only way my bike's going to get in that position, I had to have started wide. So I'm going to start wide because most people would start like this. I added the extra cones to make it wider because I'm trying to force you to lean the bike and turn the handlebars. Most people are going to come like this. Path of least resistance, like you guys were doing when you were approaching that last turn. And then they're going to go through here and barely turn and start turning early. So they're right here. Now that might work without the other cones I put. But now it's going to make you hold the turns. The extra time that it buys you in the space is going to help you because the problem is when people go through here, if it's too much speed, it's making you have to do stuff quick. It's putting earnest on you. That's not necessary. Where if I stay wide, I come here, I dip this turn, and I hold this turn, hold it, and when I transition, look at all the space I got. That's giving me extra time. I don't have as much stress on me. Plus, see how close I am to these cones? And how far I am from those. When I transition to make my next turn, I want to be closer to these cones than those. If you're on top of the cones like this in front of you, it's going to start tightening up on you. How do I correct that? Huh? I have to slow down and hold the next turn longer and then lean the bike more. See, again, you don't have to lean a lot unless you don't do something. Then you got to lean more. So yes, this is about holding turns. This is about leaning, turning the handlebars. We're not doing this. And transitioning. If your transitions are slow, you're losing space, right? Again, it's not anything more than what you think it is. When I do this, I do it brakeless because I don't need my brake. That whole holding it wide thing helps everything out. It's giving me time to evaluate stuff in real time. So in here, I'm looking for fluidity, smoothness. So in exercise number 4, I told you, you can tap the brake, just don't do this. This is no longer appropriate for everything else we're doing. Because if we want the bike to move smoothly, this is counterproductive. So now that we're moving at more speed, this is not appropriate. Just like when some of you guys were stopping, I'm watching your clutch do this. Remember, the slower it goes, the more it wants to fall. So if it wants to fall more, why would I ever be pulling the clutch in for a stop? So once I open it, as I'm doing my friction brake, there's no reason to close it until my foot's on the ground. If anything, I might have to open it more. But closing it doesn't make any sense, okay? All right, start wide, stay wide. Listen to your preload. Keep the throttle where it is. If you need to fluctuate, that's fine. But for the most part, my preload, I'm keeping it in one spot. Counterbalance your body, meaning keep your body straight up and down. Let the bike lean under you. And that's it. Don't stare at my cones. Just look straight ahead. All right, we're going to be going in that direction. I'm going to do a demonstration going down, coming back. But when you guys go, you're going to go straight down, come around. We'll do it again. We're going to start on this side the first time we do it. You come back around, start on this side. And then when you come back around, we're going to do it 3 times, allegedly. Okay. Any questions about any of that? Remember, for some reason with this exercise, you might be kind of stiff at first, but it's like the more you do it, start getting fluid. Now, here's the important thing. When you guys come in, this camera's not going to be here. When you guys come here, when you get right here, don't baby this first turn. I want you to aggressively dip the bike into that turn, right? And I ask for that all the time. I rarely get it. I get the passive la, 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 and then you wind up right here. Soon as you get here, dip it into the turn because that's what you have to do the rest of the way. May as well start that way, right? Plus, when I get to U-turns, I'm going to ask you to do that. And that's what everybody doesn't do. They don't commit to the handlebar turn and the lean right away. And that's why the turn is so wide. It's a reluctancy to commit. Who here is married? All right, good. So you don't have a problem committing. Commit to the lean. So I'm going to go around just so I can show you how I want you to do the first dip. Nothing crazy, but we're going to do it with intention. Show this bike who the boss is. You're good, you're good. Thank you, Regina. Okay, this speed's good. Dip it in. Dip it in. Now don't go too wide. I went too wide on one, well, I went not too wide, I went wider than I wanted to. But so it makes sense. You notice I'm not hugging the cones. I'm nowhere near the cones. I didn't use the brake, but I'm not telling you you can't use it. The good thing is I want you always covering it. But if you need to make a correction, it's very minimal. Like Rich was making a turn over here, it's different, you're going slower. Remember, at slow speeds, everything's exaggerated. So he's making this, now he's going the speed I'm like, good, that speed's good. And Dee was doing this too. As soon as she goes to turn, or as soon as he goes to turn, Colleen was doing it too. It was speeding up. There's no need to speed up in that exercise. But when Rich, I told him, give me a little bit of brake, and he went like this. The bike went like that, and he didn't like the way that felt. Foot down, you know. So here, same thing. If you need brake, drag it. That's all we're doing, right? We're dragging the brake. We don't stab at it in here. One more time. Now I'm gonna cover the brake this time. If I need it, I'm gonna use it. My lights blink so you can see when I use it. Head and eye straight ahead. It's not about going fast. Just being consistent with my speed. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. Some of you seem to forget that's what I want every time you stop. I want it smooth, okay? Questions? All right, let's do it. Dip it in. Good. Keep your speed consistent. You're slowing down too much. Good. There we go. All right. Not bad at all for the first try. All right, Paul. Easy with that brake. Good job. Yeah, see, I want that dipped in. All right, so he's kind of straight up, more so on the right turns than the left turns. So he's going too slow. You got to go a little bit faster so we can get some lean. It's a delicate balance between too fast and too slow. Dip it in. Nice, nice dip. Okay, and he hit that bag with the bags off. He took his bags off. I like people to practice with those bags on because you need to know how wide that bike is with those bags. JR said he's going to get some saddlebag guards. He didn't even realize the bike didn't have them until today. Because again, I want you to practice with your bags on so you really truly know the width of your motorcycle. But if you don't have guards yet, take them off. All right, a little bit more speed, D. Good, dip it in. Keep that speed constant, good, dip it in. Head and eye, straight ahead. You're good, you're good, you're good. Did it in there, give it there, clutch, clutch, clutch. Good, dip it in. So the next time he comes down, I'm gonna take his brake away because he uses it a lot. Early I was smelling his clutch, so I just want him to try it. I don't want him to realize you shouldn't need your brake the whole time going through here. Make quick corrections, but to drag it the whole time, not necessary. Nice. Keep it loaded, keep it loaded. Stay wide, you're hugging the cones. There you go, there you go. That's how I want you moving. Yeah, it started loosening up at the end. Good, hold it, transition. Yeah, there we go. But I think if he's got his bags on, he's hitting these cones. Yeah, good. Watch your speed, watch your speed. Easy on that brake. Good, he was going too fast. He slowed down, got back on track. Good job, man. Good, head nice, straight ahead. Good, hold that turn longer. Transition, good, hold that turn. Hold it, transition, there we go. A little bit more speed so you can lean. Open that clutch up, good. Get it in there. Good job. No rear brake. Don't use the brake. Good, dip it in. Hold it, dip it in. Good. Good. Hold the turns longer. Dip it in. Clutch. Good. Did it better without the brake. There we go. That's what I want to see. Nice and wide. Good. Transition. Head and eye. Straight ahead. Straight ahead. Yeah, you got to hold that turn. Watch your speed. Watch your speed. Good. Transition. All right. Good. Head and eye. Straight ahead, JR. Good. See, just tapping light inputs on the brake. Good. I should see the brakes going on and off. Good. Good. Keep that speed up. Keep it up. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Good. Good job. All right, guys, we're going to move on to exercise number 6. It's the infamous U-turn time, guys. And according to D says she makes 18-foot U-turns all the time, but just went on the street, kind of went away. We'll see what she's got. All right, let's do it. Any questions on the single serpentine? Not bad at all. You did it better without the brake. And the reason I took the brake away from you is you've been overusing your brake. Like when we were in exercise number 4, I was smelling your clutch. So I know it's fighting. And in that exercise, there's no reason why you should be on the brake the whole way, because it's not necessary. Taking it away from you, I was like, look at this shit. The good thing about that is now you can kind of gauge, okay, if I'm doing this without the brake, there's a bunch of things you could do. I'm not telling you never use it, but to use it sustained. If you make a U-turn takes about 2 seconds to make, so it's no issue dragging the brake through that. But something like that, yeah. Because remember, the wider you go, every time you turn your handlebars, it's creating a little bit of drag. So you're not going to be going way too fast. I don't want you going too slow either, because then the bike is straight up and I need you leaning. Okay? What you got, Rich?
Well, no, single serpentine, as your, say, skill level improves, is more speed better?
No. Because the purpose of that exercise is not more speed. It's to get you to trust that you don't need to be going fast to lean. You need to be going fast enough. And so it's a delicate balance in there between too slow and too fast. Too slow, can't lean. Too fast, can't turn the handlebars like I want you to. You're going to be doing slight turns. And that's not what I want. And when you would get to the end, all of a sudden, it started getting real smooth. So it's like you start out cold and end smooth. But you're not holding the turns long enough. That's all that is. And Rich and JR, I understand. Did you have bags on when you came? No. No bags. Do you have bags for that bike?
Yeah.
I always prefer you practice with your bags, especially your bike. Because if you practice without them, it's not giving you a real sense of the width of your motorcycle. And so I'm saying to myself, if you're going down, if his bags are on, he's hitting these cones. Same thing with you, on some of them, not all of them. That's why I want you to go wide, so that it doesn't matter whether you have them or not, you're clear. Okay? All right. Any more questions? Good. I'm glad nobody did poorly in that, because if you struggle with that exercise, you are really a dangerous rider, because you still don't feel comfortable. If you don't feel comfortable turning the bike here and leaning it, there's no way in hell, like I talked about earlier, under stress out in the real world, you're going to have the presence of mind to do that. Something comes up, it's just brake, 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 and please don't hit it, please don't hit it, please don't hit it. Even if you get down, even if you get, because can I swerve the bike at 50 miles per hour? No. But if I brake, 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 I can get it down to a speed where it's appropriate to do it. But if I don't have the presence of mind to do it, I'm not going to do it. Boom! That's how my friend rear-ended my limited. He just never, nothing, no presence of mind to swerve. And that's why I told him, no, we practice it from now on. No more rides. Practice. Okay. Any more questions? We're good? All right, everybody's favorite. I already told the camera that D says she makes 18-foot U-turns all of the time, just not on the street. So, perfect. We get to see it today.
Who says that?
I listen to what people say all the time, man. I always say there's no pressure. What, you said you did it twice?
No, I never said I do 18.
Say 24.
Thank you.
When we were in that dealership,
No.
it must have been the AC.
I never said thank you.
2.5.
Thank you.
All right. I stand corrected. All right, this is the infamous U-turn, guys.
I'll try it.
Yeah, it's not necessary. It really isn't. You got 27 feet, side to side. Don't worry about the green cones. That's for the next exercise. But 27 feet. Between those cones and those cones, that's 18 feet. If none of you are, I got a feeling that Paul might be in there based on what I saw earlier. He was here doing some U-turns. But again, it's not necessary. Here's the key to this. Now, most of you gave me what I wanted. I said, when you get to those first cones, dip that bike in there. First time you came, screw you, Rob. See, this was fine, just like that.
I would never say it.
I always say your words don't say it, your actions do. But it's not saying screw you, Rob. Really, it's saying I'm comfortable doing it this way. Your comfort's always going to rule, so that's what we're working against. We're going to start out with left U-turns. By the way, was anybody's strengths different here? Yes? Okay. Good. It happens, it happens. Now we're doing what you're more comfortable with. We're going to start making lefts. Now the key to this, guys, is what does holding turns buy you? Space and time. I want you to commit to the handlebar turn and the lean right away. So if you watch my Illinois practice session, my Illinois ambassador, Jason, what he kept doing, and of course I'm giving him something to do that's more difficult, from a standstill, dropping and catching the bike. When he would first start to move, his bike is straight up. And he wouldn't lean it until he started to get right here, and then he started leaning. If you wait that long, now you're going to have to do a lot to make up for it. So for him, of course, now it's scarier. Where when you guys are rolling in here, head and eyes, as soon as you turn your handlebar, start your lean. And hold it. Hold it. Drag the rear brake to shave off some speed. Hold it. Hold it. You do that, 24 feet is easy or less. But if you give it to me right away, now, I don't need a lot of it. That's the point of giving it to me right away. If you give it to me right away, 50% handlebar turn, 50% lean, boom, you're golden. If you want to tighten that turn up more, you just turn the bars more and you lean more. But I'm always looking at the light under your motorcycle. What I normally see is head and eyes, handlebars, and now you lean. I want to see head and eyes, handlebars, and hold it. We don't have to be here, it's not necessary. But hold that turn and don't do this to your brake. I already told you, we're not doing this anymore. That's what makes people drop the bike, because you feel, oh crap. No. As you're approaching, just like that, this exercise, but you're going faster, I'm approaching, I'm listening to my engine, I like the way it sounds. Preload, set it and forget it. Clutch, whatever speed I'm going, set it and forget it. Now when I turn my head and my eyes and my handlebars, this is when people change stuff. Either they speed up or they slow down. Don't change anything. Turn those bars. If you're going too fast or too slow, I'll let you know. And when you turn, hold it, hold it, hold it. And when you come out of your U-turn, guys, I want you straight. I don't want you like this. I don't want you like that. I want you straight. Now, people don't like turning. That's why the turns end up wide, because as they're making the turn, hold it, hold it. Yeah, that's enough. They start coming out. Just hold the turn, trust me. Okay? I'm going to demo maybe three or four things. Just making the regular U-turn. You're good, JR. I ain't going to go that deep in. I don't like the way that sounds. Anyway, I'm going to come in, regular U-turn, head and eyes, handlebars, regular speed. Then I'm going to do it from a stop like you guys are going to do. And when you do it from a stop, you don't have to, you can go straight first and make the turn. And then just like over there, stop, make the U-turn, stop. Okay? Questions? And then we'll do the same thing going right. First gear. Cover the rear brake. First gear. Cover the rear brake. Preload, clutch, foot up. I like that speed. Head and eyes. A little bit of rear brake. Head and eyes, commit. Hold the turn, hold the turn. Then we're gonna do it from a stop. Friction brake, clutch, 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 clutch. Clutch in. You can go straight first. Head and eyes, commit. Hold it, hold it. Then we're gonna stop, make the turn, smooth stop. All right, smooth stop. So the only way that kind of turn is gonna happen is I gotta commit to that turn and that lean right away. That's a drop and catch. If I'm doing it to the right, it's a throw and catch. Now if I throw the bike and catch it, what am I throwing the bike with? My foot. And it's very slight. That's all I'm doing, right? Because that's all it takes. I'm on 2 wheels. So when we were in exercise number 4, some of you guys were like, what the hell? I'm trying to make a left turn. Why is the bike going right? Yeah, it was 2 of you. It's because you're picking up your foot like this. You're throwing the bike to the right, right? Or too much clutch. So if I do this without my brake, again, it's just giving, taking away. 2 to 1. So right now, this is no brake. 2 to 1. All right, tell me how fast I'm going here, if you know. Friction brake. Terrible stop. D, how fast am I going? 5. 4. 7.5. 4. 7. 7 to 8 miles per hour. 4 miles per hour the bike would fall. It's too slow. All right. I'm showing you this because I don't want you to be reluctant to commit to the lean at the speed you're going. If I can drag my boards at 7 miles per hour, you're surely going to be going faster than that when you make your U-turn. 8, 9, not 8, 10, 11, 12 miles per hour. But what I don't want you doing is coming in here with a lot of speed and just coasting through the U-turn. I don't want that. I want the friction zone pulling you through it. Okay? We're good? All right, let's do it. Preload. And nice. Preload. RPMs are too low. Head nice. Good job. Head nice up. Head nice up. Very nice. Straight through. Come on. Give me some more speed, more speed. Give me some more speed. Keep it low, that throttle's low. All right. Get that foot up, Rich. Good, keep that speed. Head and eyes, handlebars, commit. Hold that turn. Nice, Rich. Very nice. Head nice, on me. Going too slow. Yeah, you're going too slow. You slowed down too much. Okay. The speed you were at, you were fine. Just stay at that speed. Head and eyes, a little bit of pressure on the rear brake, and you were fine.
Okay.
All right. Nice, D. Very nice. Head nice. Yeah, I want you coming out straight. That's good. When you come back, do it without the brake. Head and eyes up, Paul. Head and eyes up. Head and eyes on me. Turn those boards. Don't lean with the bike, counterbalance. Good. Head and eyes, Rich. Too much speed right there, Rich. Too much. Glide it through that. Head and eyes, commit. Hold that, good. Hold that turn, hold that turn. Good job, man. I want you coming out straight. That ain't straight. All right, D, when you turn it and hold it. Don't do that. Head and eyes, commit. Keep that speed up. Keep the clutch open. See, you're going too slow. That's why you feel falling. It's going too slow. All right. That's 20 push-ups, D. 20 push-ups. Smooth stop. Ah, it was good.
It was good until I stopped.
Oh, I forgot I wanted you to do this brakeless. You still could. Head nice. Commit. Commit. Head nice. Yeah, way better without the brake. Way better. Friction brake, friction brake, friction brake. All right, beautiful. U-turn straight through. Nice, nice, Paul. All right, straight through. Head and eyes on me when you turn your head and your eyes. Preload. Rear brake, nice and easy. All right, not bad, not bad. Smooth stop, friction brake, brake, brake. Too much speed, Rich. All right, U-turn. You're gonna be hearing that in your sleep tonight. Too much speed, Rich. Much better, much better. Very nice, JR. U-turn. Good. Commit. Keep the speed up. You're going too slow. Rear brake, rear brake. Come out straight. You're not coming out straight. That's 20. That's 30. Smooth stop. Friction brake, clutch, 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 clutch. Ah, you gave up. Don't give up. You're putting that foot down because you feel falling. Clutch, clutch, clutch to the end. All right, U-turn. Reload. Head nice, commit. Hold that turn, hold the turn, hold the turn. There we go. Nice, nice takeoff. I know it was off camera, but it was nice. Friction brake, clutch, 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 clutch. Ah! But I like the fact that when you're starting, everything looks controlled. Foot up nicely, nice turn. That's what I'm looking for. All right, you can make up for that over here. Smooth stop. Good. Light pressure on the brake. That's all you need. Head nice. Going too slow. Your bike is straight up. Smooth stop. Friction brake. Clutch, 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 clutch. See, now that's a timing thing. The bike stopped and you were still like this. Got to get that foot down. All right, right turns next. All right, make it for it over here. Paul had that faith, he knew. All right, the stop is good. The U-turn, you're barely leaning because you're going too slow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the only reason. You got to give me a little bit more speed so you can lean. All right, right turn's next. Smooth stop over here. Clutch, 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 clutch. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Rear brake, good, good, good. Clutch, 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 friction brake, clutch. Ah. Yeah, so that's you saying, all right, I feel falling, stop. That's what you used to do. But the new you, friction brake, bing. Not just because we feel falling, time to stop. No. All right, right turn's next. Good. Clutch, 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 brake, clutch, friction brake. All right, much better, Rich. Give me another one over here. Good. Clutch, clutch, clutch. Commit. Head nice. Rear brake. Hold the turn. Brake. Friction brake. All right, right turn's next. Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Robert, when you tell me I'm not coming out straight, you want me straight by the cone or straight in the middle?
Yeah, so no, what's happening is the turn that you're making, you should be in and up here. But you're holding the turn to get you in here. That's not where you are. So that, in other words, you're coming out like this. Right. I told you, when you come out of your U-turn, I want you ending straight. So for you, straight is right here. Okay. Unless you're making an 18-foot turn, then straight's here. All right, smooth stop over here. Commit, turn those boards. Watch your speed, smooth stop. All right, right turn's next. Okay, not bad at all. So every time you go to start, you don't follow the first 5 steps. You got 2 feet on the ground, and you always tap the ground a couple of times, or 1 foot way behind you. Remember, every time you start, I want that foot covering the brake, and when you start, I want this foot coming up right away, nice and easy. Okay? Smooth stop over here. That stop was nice. Good. Clutch, commit. Smooth stop. I still want my stop. So what's happening up there? Why are we putting feet down? What's happening? Going too slow. That's all. Give me a little bit more speed so you can lean that bike. Right turn's next. Good. Give me a little more speed. Good. Stay at that speed. Commit. Head nice. Commit. Hold that turn. Not bad at all. Not bad. Make sure you keep the throttle loaded. Kickstand. Never mind. Good. Keep that speed. Head nice. Commit. Good. Hold that turn. Much better. Rich, that's 40 push-ups. Front brake, duck walk. Speed. You can't lean going that slow. See? That's why you feel falling. Going too slow. That's a good speed. Head and eyes, commit. Good, hold that turn. Turn it. See how it's going wide? Hold that turn, Rich. D, that's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, front brake. Very nice and smooth. I'm always watching, D. That's 10. Good. Keep that speed. Keep that speed. Don't slow down. Head and eyes, commit. Turn those boards. Easy on that brake. So now you're going too slow. And you're looking right at that cone. Good. Head and eyes. There you go. There you go. You fixed it. You fixed it. Good. Speed, speed. Too slow. Hold the turn. Hold the turn. Yeah, you like lefts. You like lefts. Good. Head and eyes, commit. Turn those boards. Turn them. Turn them. Yeah, you're going out wide, Rich. Yeah, see, and that's just because you're giving up at the end. The most important part of it being smooth. But everything else is looking good, man. All right, right turn. Good, easy on that brake. Speed, speed, speed. Commit. Clutch, good. Hold that turn, hold that turn. Yeah, you like rights. Good job. Clutch, 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 clutch. Straight through. Reload. Commit. Turn those boards. Lean it over. Nice. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. It gives me goosebumps when it's done right. All right, U-turn. Keep that speed up, D. Preload. Good. Commit. Throw it over. Lean it over. D, you're going too slow now. Yeah, you don't like it. You don't like it, but it's still good. All right, straight through. Nice, 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 good, good. He thought he was going too slow. No, he was fine. All right, that's 10. All right, let's get some good speed up so we can dip this bike. Good, head and eyes, commit. Clutch. Hold the turn, hold the turn. There we go. It was getting ready to be beautiful, Rich. All right, straight through. Good, clutch, clutch, clutch. Lean it over, rear brake, rear brake. Brake, brake, brake. You're looking at that cone, that's why you're going right to it, Rich. So Rich don't love the right turns. Yeah, the faster you go, the harder it is for it to be smooth. So make sure you slow down a little bit more. Smooth stop on this side. Good. Commit. Keep it loaded. Smooth stop. Friction brake. Take your time. Friction brake. All right, take a break. I want it smooth, guys, all of the time. All right, smooth stop over here. With your head and your eyes. All right, take a break. D, that's 40. Brake, 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 brake. So as you're coming up, I see your foot going like this. Just brake, brake, brake. Can you see this? That's going to be you. All these push-ups. All right, smooth stop over here. Reload. Good. Keep the speed up. Keep the clutch open. Lean it over, clutch, 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 clutch. Yeah, too slow. So we know if you need to make a U-turn and you can do it straight up, you got no problem with that, which is actually more difficult than doing it leaning. Take a break. So D is the backwards learner. Doing it straight up is way more difficult than doing it leaning. But if leaning scares you more, then that's not the case. All right, too much speed there. Smooth stop over here. Head nice. All right, start slowing down. Friction brake, friction brake. What did you say your favorite was? Rights or lefts?
It was rights.
Here it is. Yeah, definitely. Let's take a break. Good. Nice and slow. Friction brake, 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 clutch, clutch, clutch. Ah. All right, smooth stop over here. Reload, reload. Clutch, good. Hold the turn. Clutch, clutch. Good. Friction brake, start braking. Clutch, 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 clutch. Yeah, that's what's happening because you're thinking as soon as you come here, you got to stop right here. You got space to make sure it's smooth. All right, take a break. Good job. Beautiful stop, Rich. Give me another one. I think it was a fluke. Good. Head nice, Rich. Rear brake, rear brake, rear brake. There we go. You're still staring at all these cones, but the brake definitely helped. Take a break, man. Good job. All right, guys. Figure eight time. Gonna be right here. Gotta move some cones around. Talk to them about this, and then talk to them about that. All right, let's do it. Any questions? U-turn. Not bad, man. Not bad at all. Speed. Either too much or too little for some of you. Remember, if you go too slow, you can't lean. Of course, it's going to be scarier. And like I told you, the first U-turn, you're like this. That's how we turn at speed on the motorcycle. But at slow speeds, counterbalance, right? Just keep your body straight up and down, push that bike down, and you're fine. Keep your speed constant. Don't slow down, D. All right, because then it just makes the whole thing scarier. But the good thing is, and I told D, she's kind of, D and Paul was doing the same thing too. It takes way more skill to ride a motorcycle straight up than anything leaning, because straight up is all on you. Leaning, you need speed to lean, so you have a little bit of assistance. So to watch D make this turn, going too slow for this exercise, but still making it, that's impressive to all of you, because all that is exercise number 4. You've already shown me you could do that. We moved on. Right, now I want lean. I told you when I want it, I ain't gonna get it. Right? But that's all that is. As far as committing to the lean right away, some of you guys, the head and eyes, you're like, nah, I like this right here. And like Rich was just molesting all these cones with his eyes. But a funny thing is, as Rich started going on, right turns were bothering him, he kept going wider because he was speeding up at the top of the box. So the last time I'm like, rear brake, and now I can tell by the characteristics of your bike if you're doing what I'm telling you to do, because all of a sudden I saw his handlebars go like this. That's all it takes, a little bit, boom, now he's inside, okay? So just watch the speed, make sure you're not going too fast, but make sure you're not going too slow, okay? The other reason why we always want to turn our head and our eyes, especially in the U-turn, this is the most dangerous thing because stuff's happening behind you. And so you might check your mirror, it may have been clear as you passed it, but stuff happens fast out there. So head and eyes, and then keep looking. Just keep looking. Don't worry about it. Somebody said, well, if I'm looking there, what about that curb right there? That's why we practice and we can judge space. I already know I don't have to worry about that curb because I'm like, look how far that is away. I'm good. I can still see it in my periph anyway, so I'm good, right? All right. Moving on, guys. Exercise number 7, the figure 8. Who's never practiced it? Okay. The keys to success in this exercise, because all this is what we just did, but doing it twice, with a transition in the middle. That's the entrance. That's the exit. That's the entrance. That's the exit. We're doing it twice. Everybody know what a ka-ching is? Who doesn't know what a ka-ching is? Everybody knows what a ka-ching is. Good. I see Regina smiling, so she knows what a ka-ching is. A ka-ching is, that's the sound you're going to hear if you do this successfully. I have to make very clear, you're not going to hear it here. It's going to be in the video when I edit it. Because when I was in Ohio, they was like, where's my ka-ching? I said, I'm not doing it with my mouth. It's going to be in the video. So the key to this, guys, now, wheel placement. So JR, you ride in that road glide. It applies to street glide people too, but definitely road glide people. You have no clue where the front wheel is. That's why we got to date the motorcycle. When you guys come in, I want your wheel in the vicinity of this cone. You don't have to be right at it. You might want to be right before it. That way you don't have to turn as much. When you get here, head and eyes. See that green cone? Now these cones are relevant. You're going to go to that. You're going to look at that. But you're going to come to the top. Now I want you to come all the way to the top, because if you come here, whatever space you give up here, you're going to have to make it up down there. That's why I want your wheels right here. Because if you're way off this line, you're going to have to make it up over there. And I have people that ride road glides that if I put them on a polygraph test, they'd pass it and say my wheel was right here. But that's because that's the last place they saw their wheel. I'm sorry, that's the last place they saw the cone. As soon as they couldn't see it anymore, they turned. But they got a lot more space. Hug it. I want you to come all the way to the top. Hold this turn. Hold it. What is holding turns by us? Space and time. Hold it. When you get to the 12 o'clock spot, now I want you to take your eyes off that cone. Look at the other green cone. That's where you're going. That's where all your transitions are going to be. Hold this turn. Hold it. Hold this turn. Now you're going to feel like getting right here and going, that's enough holding. Don't do that. I don't want a skinny 8. I want a fat 8. Because if you give me a fat 8, all that space, all that time that you're creating, all that space I should say, is going to benefit you. So when you transition, hold it, transition. You should be facing the dealership. Now if you do that, look at all that space versus me being here. Head and eyes, go all the way to the top. Green cone. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Don't come out. Hold it. Head and eyes, transition. Now, when you transition, don't transition like this. Transition, just like we were doing in the figure 8. This is going to depend on you. If you transition too early, you're going to be way off that line and you're going to have to make it up over here. Transition too late, you're going to be past it. Okay? Not a big deal, but you're not going to get a ka-ching. Remember, we're doing it twice. Please don't be that person to do it successfully and exit the wrong spot. If you don't exit between those double cones, no ka-ching. I don't care how pretty it was. All right? Questions? Demo, because people come in here and they get lost. I don't know why, but it happens all the time. I don't want you doing this straight up. I want the bike leaning. Your handlebar should never be straight in here, except this part. I like that speed. Head and eyes, all the way to the top. Hold the turn, hold it, transition. Feel free to do a hand gesture upon completion if it's successful to make my job easier to line it up when I edit. I'm kidding. Yeah, if you want to do it, it's fine. Listen, so I saw some of you guys when we were making the right turns, left turns from the stop. I forgot to tell you. I want you to be able to hear me. Sometimes when you guys are kind of like losing control, you just hit the brake and put your feet down. I want you to know that when those things happen, that's when a 2-to-1 is relevant. 2-1 rear brake. 2 is to get the bike, if it's doing what you don't want it to do, get it to stand up but brake at the same time. Let me show you what that looks like. So if the bike is not doing what I want it to do, 2-to-1. Just do that to get the bike to stand up, but as soon as you do it, brake, right? That way you get the bike the way you want it. Now, also 2-to-1, I told you before, it comes in handy, and I want you guys to practice this too. When you first go to move your motorcycle, try to do it without being on the brake. I want you to be conscious of your clutch and how much or how little you need to give. And if you're on the brake all of the time, it's not giving you a true sense of where you are. So, I do that all the time. I'll cover it, or sometimes I won't cover it at all. 2, 1. Right? I'm just gonna go a 2-1 just to see what's happening with the bike, or with my clutch. 2-1. Now I can turn. Friction brake, 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 brake. All right, I didn't like it. All right, we good? All right, let's do it. Good, good. All the way to the top. Too slow. Good. Keep your speed up so you can key in the lean. Easy on that brake, keep it loaded. Good, good, good. All right, you're early there. He's good. Straight out. There we go. Very nice. Look, look, look. Woo! Trust and believe, baby.
Yeah, baby.
Excellent, Paul. Oh, oh, that sucks. No ka-ching. Oh, that's a damn shame. That's a damn shame. I don't know what happened. He could have just went straight out. It had an excellent save on that trust and believe. Good, all the way to the top. All right, you're early over here. Good. All the way to the top. Keep your speed up. Hold that turn, come to me. Hold the turn, transition. Turn those balls, clutch, 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 clutch. Good. Come to me, clutch, clutch. Transition. Good, come to me, head nice. Clutch, good. Transition. All right, now look for the exit and go to it, clutch. Woo! That's what I'm talking about, baby. That was impressive. All the way to the top, Rich. Head nice on me. That's 10. D, keep tapping that damn ground. Good, good, come on. All the way to the top, D. Turn those bars and keep them turned. You're good, keep going. Transition. All right, it's gonna be a tight one. All right, shut it down, shut it down. All the way to the top, JR. All right, you're early, really early. Yeah, you gave up too much space at the top. Open that clutch, good. Good. Go all the way to the top. All the way to the top. There you go. Good, hold that turn, transition. There we go, now we're cooking with grease. Good job, man. Second time, we're doing it 2 times. I just said we're doing it 2 times, that's all. All right, a little early at the top. All right, you're early there. Again, I'm still gonna say you're early whether you need the space or not because we're practicing wheel placement. Right here, early again. Excellent job, excellent job. All right, Paul, let's get this ka-ching. the speed, watch the speed. All right, this is it. There we go. All the way to the top. Find me, find me. Good. Clutch, don't worry. Don't let that throw you off. You were good. Look for the exit. Rear brake. There you go. Yeah, you weren't even covering it. That's what, there you go. That was the problem. Take a break. Anders, that's it. All the way to the top. Good. Hold that turn, hold that turn, hold that turn. Transition. Turn those bars. All right, take a break, Rich. All the way to the top, all the way to the top. A little bit more speed, Dave. You need more speed. Good, good head and eyes. Hold that turn. Hold that turn. Transition. There we go. All right, you're early there. Get your foot on that brake. Cover it. Cover that brake. You don't have to use it, but I want you to cover it. All right, shut it down. Oh, that ain't the entrance, so no ka-ching no matter what happens here. All right, you're early again, JR. Really early. All right, D's coming again. All the way to the top, D. Shut it down. All right, guys, last numbered exercise. It's not an abominable snowman today because I didn't have room for it, but it is a snowman. 27, 25, 22. Let's do it. All right, any questions? Now, I know that some of you are like, I want to go again, I want to go again. I get it. That's a private lesson, right? Because like I told you at the beginning, if you're struggling with that, it's not about that. It's about the stuff before it, okay? This today is to get you to focus on what you need to work on. So, when you come in there, D, the first turn is what's getting you. Hold up, let me think about that. Yeah, sometimes it is. Yeah, it is. And then JR, every time you go up there, when you come in, you're way off the top. That's the only thing screwing you up, because now when you get to the other side, it's so tight. It's like, oh, I ain't making this, right? All you got to do is, this is about the dating process. But not even wider. You got to go to the top. Go to the top. And you weren't holding your turns long enough. Now, yeah, you're still making it. But again, in that exercise, I'm looking for wheel placement. I don't care if you don't need it all. I still want you to place your wheels properly, because that's what we're practicing. Because then when this exercise comes up, when the wheel placement's even more important, if you haven't gotten accustomed to doing it. Also, keep in mind, guys, the transition that you're doing in the middle. Some of you guys were avoiding it by cutting the turn early. But don't forget to boss this bike around. So when you want to turn, that's why we did that in exercise number 5. Turn. Turn. The power on that rear wheel is going to take care of everything else. Turn. Now, sometimes it's easier to turn the bars by pulling the clutch in a little. So on your transitions, you can pull it in a little bit and go back out. You don't have to do that, but it makes it a little bit easier, because as long as it's got power, it's trying to go straight. Okay? All right. Other than that, we got 2 ka-chings, I think. Yeah. Yeah, 3 ka-chings. Well, and Well, JR, I'm kind of happy you didn't make the second one because you came in the wrong way. I said, God, please don't let him do this. No ka-ching. I heard I've had people go out the wrong way, never come in the wrong way. All right. No questions on that? That brings us to this. This is exercise number 9. It's not the abominable snowman today because I don't have space for it. 3 circles, if you don't know what you're looking at. We're standing in a 27-foot circle. This is the middle. The green cones just separate the circles. 27, 25, 22 up there. Okay? This is the side of the circle where this cone is. Every circle has the same thing. Over there, there's another one. So I'm telling you where the side is because that's where your wheel placement is going to be. Just past the side cone. So where my wheel is where I want your wheel to be. That's your placement. We're going to do this 2 times. The first time, we're going to start on this side. Second time, we're going to start on that side. This is your placement. Placement. Hug them, meaning I want you to hug these cones all the way to the top. Then I want you to commit to your turn. And you probably didn't hear this today, so I'm going to say it. Hold the turn. No, you've heard that all damn day. That's all this exercise is holding the turn. And so, D, when you were making those turns in the figure 8, again, you're doing this. Right? And that's because of your speed is not constant. Right? If you're doing that, usually it's because you're going too slow. No, boom, boom. We want to be able to do it fluidly. That's what this is about. Now, again, like everything else, you don't have to do everything in here. This is the last numbered exercise, so I kind of want a clean run. So if 27 feet is where you live, this is where you live. Anybody know what PL 14010 is? She should know. PL 14010, penal law? Criminal trespass. 14010. Don't trespass. Don't go in a circle you're not ready for, right? I'm not telling you what to do. If you want to do it, fine. But remember, you're in a circle. It's tighter than a box. So if you do commit and then start your turn too early, whatever space you give up here, you're going to have to make up for it over there. So I told you not to hug my cones in exercise number 4. Exercise number 9, these cones are much more affectionate. Hug them. Placement, hug them, and commit and hold the turn. Keep everything the same. If this is where you live, you could go right back out. Or you can go around twice and go back out. This is the entrance and the exit. If you want to keep going, go through the green cones. Placement. Hug them to the top. Commit. If that's all you're going to do, go back into that circle and go out. Questions?
2 laps here?
No, it's if this is all you're going to do, you can do 2 laps in here. Yeah, but if you want to do go up, just go around once, then go in, go around once. If you're going to go up to 22 feet, go around once, and then come back and do it the opposite way. That's it. Demo. Go ahead.
Do you think anyone else can do the smaller one?
Say it again.
Are we ready to go all the way?
Paul is. You might be too, right? If you place your wheels properly, I'm going to say yes, but you got to keep your speed up so that you can lean. This is not about trying to do this straight up. It's all about leaning the motorcycle. But again, nothing excessive. The 18-foot circle is not up there, so nobody here would have did it anyway. See, everything works out. So I'm already here. I got my placement. I just got to hug them and commit. Hold the turn. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. And go out. You good, JR? All the way to the right. All the way to the right. Hug them to the top. Good. Now commit. Good. Nice and easy. Nice and steady. All right. Go into the next circle if you want. All the way to the left. All the way to the top. All right, commit. Easy on that brake. All the way to, oh, okay. Yeah, go to the next one, why not? I think you got it. Easy on that brake though, don't jab at it. Just drag it, all the way to the right. All the way to the right. All the way to the top. Commit, 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 lean it over. Lean it over. Good, right back out, all the way to the left. Excellent. Okay. Good, all the way over, all the way to the top. All right, now commit. Clutch, clutch. Good. Good. Very nice. Throttle sounds good. Throttle sounds really good. Good, turn those bars, turn those bars. There we go. Good job, Rich. Clean runs, baby. Keep that throttle loaded. Easy on the brake. There we go. There we go. Nice, picking the head up. Very nice. All the way to the left, all the way to the left. All the way to the top. All right, good. Now commit. Hold that turn, go all the way around. Keep going. Easy on the brake. Yeah, you just want to drag it if you can. All right, let's go to the, oh, okay, you go all the way to the right? Oh, you just shut it down. Okay, okay. Good job, JR. All right, you're early. So it's going to be a little tighter over here. Good. Keep going, keep going. You're early again, really early. That ain't happening. Yeah, too early. If you had a, yeah, touring bike, you could have made, ah, you know what? You could have made that. Yeah, you could have made that. No, not make it fun, just pointing out stuff. All the way to the left, all the way to the left. To the top. All right, now commit. Keep the speed up, keep the speed up. Clutch, clutch. Nice wheel placement. Oh, what's going on? All the way to the left, good. Excellent wheel placement, excellent. Excellent, we're going all the way to the top. All the way to the right. Good, easy on that brake. All the way to the left. Good, all the way to the right, go all the way around. There we go, this is how it's done. All the way to the left. Keep it loaded, throttle's low. Good. Good job, man. Take a break. Excellent. right, you're early there, Rich. Turn those bars and lean it. Yeah. Too early on that. Take a break, Rich. Watch your speed. Oh man, way too early. Way too early. Okay, we're good, we're good. But that ain't gonna work in the next circle. All right, go all the way to the right in the next circle when you get up there. If you're going up there. Good, good, that's right. Look over there, look over there. Nah, you missed it. All right, a little bit more speed, more speed. All right, you're very early there. So it's gonna be tight over here. Don't look at the cones, just look over your shoulder, you're good. There you go. Clutch, clutch. All the way to the right, all the way to the right. You're early again. That's right, trust and believe. I saw that foot try to come down. Don't look at the cones. Yeah, you're good. All the way to the left. Good, all the way to the top, go around. Excellent, take a break, man. With the fans. Not enough speed, D. Give me a little bit more speed. Lean that bike over. Okay, there you go, there you go. Clutch. Clutch, clutch. Bringing up the rear. Going around twice. Nice, Paul. Very nice. Woo! That's what I'm talking about, guys. All right. Bonus exercise, guys. To lean or not to lean. This should be, if I had to guess, this is tricky because some people are better doing stuff straight up than leaning. If I had to put my money on somebody, I think I would put it on Paul. Let's see what we get. Questions? Yeah, because we're not really doing anything different there. Who's unfamiliar with to lean or not to lean? Everybody familiar with it? To lean or not to lean? The bonus exercise? All right. That's what this is. To lean or not to lean. 10 feet apart. That's what the cones are. Okay? You have to decide if you're going to do this straight up or leaning or both. We're going to do this one time unless it results in a tie. As you go through these cones, I'm going to be behind you with a handheld camera counting. 1 cone. 2 cone. If you hit a cone or you put a foot down, that's it. I'm gonna say that's it. Don't be a hero and try to keep going. That's it. It's over. All right. Now the strategy comes in if you know you need 1 more cone, and the only way you're gonna make that cone is if you lean the bike, but you did the rest of them straight up. Then that's what you're gonna have to do. So how do we create a lean if we're barely moving? Drop catch. So that means you're going to have to, if you're doing it straight up and you see you need to make that last turn and you need lean, 3 things determine the radius of a turn on a motorcycle. Speed, handlebar turn, lean angle. So if you turn your bars all the way and it ain't going to happen, you got to kind of let it drop and catch it. Now all of you are experts at exercise number 3, so I know that's not going to be a problem if it's necessary. Okay? Any questions about any of that? I don't give any advice here. I'm just going to tell you if you got highway pegs, fold them in. And everything you learned today, just apply it here. Demo, I'm going to do it down, straight up, and when I come back, I'm going to do it leaning. I see a street glide down there. I like it. Add to my challenge. No, you're good. Gotta lean to get it in there. Some people try to go wide and think that's the challenge. No, you don't want to do that. 1 cone. 2 cones. 3 cones. 4 cones. 5 cones. 6 cones! Woo! One cone, 2 cones, 3 cones, 3 cones! Highway peg still out. See if they're effective. Whoa, just missed that. 1 cone, 2 cones, 2 cones! JR got a strategy. He's just watching you. He's studying you. Go ahead, D. 1 cone. 2 cones. 3 cones. All right, looking good.
How many?
4 cones. All right, Paul, I have my money on you. 1 cone. 2 cones. 3 cones. Uh-oh. All right, JR studied, everybody. He's got the blueprint. Let's see how he uses it. All you need is 6 cones to tie.
Hop on, ride with.
I got shorts on, I can't ride. Can't ride 2 up. One cone. 2 cones. 2 cones! You got it, man. All right, exit interviews, guys. Exit interviews. All right.
Yes, sir.
So we missed you in the morning. What's your name?
My name is Desiree.
Where are you from, Desiree?
I'm from here. I'm from Florida. Originally from New York City.
Yes, please. I said where you from, not where do you live.
That's right. I
Yes.
am from New York City. I live in Florida.
So guys, this is who I was talking to you about. It's been 4 years. I asked Desiree, do I owe you money? Do you owe me money? But she's always on the road. She finally made it here, so I'm glad you made it. Good to see you.
Yeah, I just missed you in Illinois.
Yeah, absolutely.
I miss you
Absolutely.
everywhere.
Yeah, not anymore.
Not
You would
anymore.
find me in
I
the
was-
hottest damn place.
Woo, this is the Sunshine State.
I think I'm going to shut out Florida in June. I don't
Yeah.
know. We'll see.
It was temperate in April.
The way I look at it, the MSF courses out here don't stop because it's hot.
Right, right.
So,
Right.
you know. Anyway,
Sure. Yes, sir.
how long have you been riding a motorcycle?
I got my endorsement and learned to ride in 2018.
2018. What are you riding today?
A 2022 Harley-Davidson Heritage.
How long have you been practicing slow speed riding? In cones.
No cones.
Okay, good,
No,
good.
no cones at all.
All right. If you had to give yourself a rating 1 to 10, 10 being the best slow speed.
Oh, 0.
No, definitely not. Definitely not a 0.
2. 2.
Good to see you, dear. 2 is too low. It's too low. Give me my mic. 2 is way too low. Oh, we missed you too. What's your name?
Anders.
Where you from, Anders?
I'm originally from Sweden, but I live in South Florida.
Nice. How long have you been riding a motorcycle?
Ever since, I don't know, 7 years old. More
Really?
or less. Dirt bikes, mopeds, light motorcycles, heavy motorcycles, everything.
What are you riding today?
I got that one, and I have a BMW GS.
What's that one for people that don't know? That brand of motorcycle?
It is like an adventure bike. You know,
No, you got
oh,
that
mine,
one.
it's a ultra limited Harley-Davidson.
Yeah, what year?
22.
Nice.
Yeah.
How long have you been practicing in cones at slow speeds?
I did it when I got my first driver license when I was like 18, 19 years
Okay,
old, and I have not done it since.
Gotcha. If you had to give yourself a rating 1 to 10, 10 being the best slow speed, what would you give yourself?
What was it? One more time?
If you had to give yourself a rating 1 to 10 in slow speeds, what would you give
After
yourself?
today, 7.
Okay. Pleasure to meet you, man.
Same here. Absolutely.
All right, man.
Thank you.
How you feeling, man?
Good.
Do you remember what you rated yourself when you first came out?
2.
Any change in that number?
No, sir.
Okay, good. And I'm glad you did that, because sometimes people think when I ask these questions, I'm looking for a report card, and I'm not. A lot of people don't know how to rate themselves. Sometimes people rate themselves too high, sometimes too low. Like Paul was sandbagging. We'll see if he changed his number. But it's a pleasure meeting you, and you too, dear, for coming out here and staying out here all this time with Jay. I always am going to acknowledge that. That's just fantastic. And even, some wives come and they hang out and they kind of just hang out. But you were there, like she's standing there watching. And I like that because, did you guys watch my 2-up video? Yeah, so I did a 2-up video with my wife. I did my whole course with her on the back. And in that video, I said, if you watch this video and you ride 2-up, the person that rides with you, I want you to watch it with them. Because most people that get on the back of the motorcycle, they just assume the person on the front knows what they're doing. Right. And they'd be wrong. Most of them don't know. I know that women they just learn differently. They listen differently. And when it comes to this type of stuff, the reason they do, in my opinion, is because they come in with zero ego. So they're just listening. In practice sessions, they ask more questions because guys are trying to be macho. I ain't going to ask a question. And so if she is as knowledgeable as you are, yeah, she might say, hey, honey, do this or do that. Yeah. Or you're not doing this way. Or I got whiplash back here. I already know it's a history or something, right? Yeah. So anyway, pleasure meeting you both.
You too.
Thank you.
All right. What's your name?
Chuck.
Chuck, where you from?
Originally in Wisconsin. Now I'm in Fort Lauderdale for about 30 years.
Ah. How long have you been riding a motorcycle?
I rode for about 12 years. Stopped in 2015 and just picked up 2014 Ultra Limited about a month ago.
Ah, okay. Welcome back.
Thank you.
How long have you been practicing slow speed riding? No. Okay. Okay. Well, today's day 1. Yep. That's why I always tell people, be patient with yourselves. Because if I ask you how long you've been practicing in cones and you say never, this is day 1. And so you are where you should be. Some of you are more further than you should be, in my opinion. If you had to give yourself a rating 1 to 10, 10 being the best slow speed, what would you give yourself? 1?
I haven't crashed
okay.
on my own, so I give it a 1
I
for that.
respectfully disagree with the 1. Pleasure to meet you, man.
I appreciate it.
Respectfully
Is it low or
disagree.
higher?
No, it's too low.
1 is too low?
It's too low.
I appreciate it.
Guys, you need to understand that I pay attention to exercise number 4 because it's my highest failure rate. If you were able to make that turn, you're not a 1. Period.
Thank you.
Okay? All right.
Appreciate you.
How you feeling? Keep that close to your mouth.
A little tired. Good.
Yeah, absolutely. You remember what you rated yourself when you first came out here? You sandbagged, I remember.
I said 4.5.
Uh-huh.
And you made me push myself up to 5.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I think I'm good at 5.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm critical, you know.
I understand. I respectfully disagree.
Thank you.
Okay? It's just a little low. But that's a first world problem, man. Many people would love that.
That's right.
You. Good to see you again, dear. Thank you for coming out and hanging out as always.
Love it.
If you guys are in the comment section of my videos, of Wood Jr.'s videos, of a bunch of people's videos, and you see Karen, that's Karen. And she ain't the kind of Karen that people call Karens. I'll tell you that right now. Good to see you again, dear.
Thank you.
Sir, thank you.
All right. How you feeling, brother?
Hot.
Yeah. Yes. You remember?
And humbled. I rated myself a 4, and that's a little optimistic.
Okay. How many practice sessions have you been to?
This is the second one.
Okay, good. And so I want you guys to recognize that, and I appreciate the fact that you came from South Carolina, right? Yeah. So Rich it's important to him. You can clearly see he's motivated. And if I'm there, he's going to be there. So I appreciate you, brother.
All right. Thank you.
Keep it up.
All right.
All right, guys, listen. I'm going to share their sentiment. Yeah, it's hot. We're in the shade now. I appreciate them all for coming out, so I want to thank them. I want to thank, once again, Gator Ford for hosting us. I want to thank Dee for having the New York accent with me out here today. I appreciate it. And I want to thank you guys. If you stuck around all of this time and you're not subscribed to this channel, please tell me what medication you're on, because I want to be able to get it. Guys, hit that subscribe button. It's free. You only have to do it once. You're going to get a bunch of stuff from these videos, right? And if you don't get anything else, you're going to get exposed to positivity, like-minded people. Preloader Nation is full of above and beyond personality people. I'm going on 5 years doing this. I have yet to meet somebody that when I walk away, I said, what the hell is their problem? It just hasn't happened, man. Just wonderful, wonderful people. So I appreciate you all. I appreciate them all. We're going to pack up, or I'm going to pack up, and head back to Pula and get to editing. All right, guys, as I always say, spend more time being thankful for the things that you have, less time complaining about the things that you don't. Seat time does not equal practice time. If you have time to ride your motorcycles, you have time to practice on them. Not my opinion. Until next time.